Hey, what's up? Hey, everybody. What's up? Hey. My name is Panda. I'm here to teach y'all chess. What's up, y'all? Hey, y'all. I'm from Pondaville. My address, please don't dox me. Don't dox me, Move 11. My address is 123 Main Street. My address is the same as your address. 123 Main Street. Please don't dox me. Hey. Alright. Here's to dry January. Dry January. This is a little bit wet on the sweet side. Just for NetOg's dry January. Semi-dry. Sorry, NetOg. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. What's up? We are hosting Analysis Stream Thursday night here on this channel. Whatever it is again, Saji. Okay, we've got game submissions from Mr. Slow, Chess Riddler, Morales, NetOg, and Mule Skinner. Senor Mule Skinner, my address is 123 Main Street, Yorktown, USA. Apartment number 456. Alright. So I don't know what to do here. I mean, Mr. Slow. We'll have to wait for the hype train before we start analyzing games. There he is. Boom. As I said. Might have to wait for the hype train. There it is. Mr. Slow gifting 5 tier 1 subs community to Shane, Nate to Nate, Vivi Urnitia, Chansey D, and Miguel Borges 99. Without further ado, Mr. Slow starting the first leg of this hype train. Yeah, so we're gonna start with Mr. Slow's game. The rest of you guys can get the hype train moving. NetOg, Astrobate, Move 11, Hype Train. You've received a Hype Train invite. Slagy is broke. I still haven't gotten my chair and glasses, but I promise I will. You have my word on it. God damn it, dude, with the fruit flies. I can't eliminate them. I can't eliminate them. There's always one left. Dude, it's near my desk. It's really hard to kill them. To catch them. Come on, bro. You're on my cup now. He's on the cup. He's on the cups. Ah! There's no way I got him. Unbelievable. Alright. So, Mr. Slow, I like fruit, and I like you, because you're a fruit. I don't discriminate against fruits. Alright. Kurt Richter versus Fritz Zamisch. Fritz against Kurt. Alright. Actually, Kurt versus Fritz. So what's the data on this? 1933. So this is a older game than some of the others. Well, maybe not. They're all around the same range. Pre-World War II, that is. Okay, Richter versus Amish. Berlin Championship. Alright, this is submitted by Mr. Slow. NetOg, you're... Just donate. Alright. Boom. E4. Yeah, there's a theme here. Very good, Nedog. Very good. E4, E5, knight F3. Oh, man, there it is. God damn it. It's going crazy because I have this glass of semi-sweet wine. It's just like a... It's like a lodar for fruit flies. Beep, 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 beep. He thinks he's like undetected. Alright, so knight F3, knight C6. I'm not autistic, but most of my viewers are. Alright, bishop to B5, A6, bishop A4, and now D6 from Fritz. We call this the Steinitz deferred, or deferred Steinitz. So, still played today. What do you guys want to do here? I like what white played. I mean, this isn't like the richest move in the world. This simplifies, trades pieces, kind of releases tension to some degree. I have to confess, I've been playing this myself lately. It seems like white's best move. I mean, obviously in the Steinitz, black oftentimes does like d6 directly. And somehow this isn't quite... It just doesn't seem quite as good because black hasn't played a6 and weakened his queenside just a little bit more. But ultimately, it's probably not that much different. Okay, takes on c6, b takes c, and now the problem is, if you don't do d4, black has some time to get organized. But after d4, we're attacking the enemy center, the strong point at e5 with two pieces, and most noobs here just like drop a pawn or something. So black has a choice. I get a lot of people playing really crap bishop g4, which is a terrible move. So your options are like surrender the center or try to maintain the strong point at e5. And this is, what Samish tries to do here is feels like principally the best attempt. If you can play f6, as abstract as this might seem, blocking your own knight, it's really, I think, well intended that he wants to maintain the strong point on e5. 1/3 vinegar, 2/3 apple juice. Fruit fly problem solved. Oh, the vinegar, does it kill them? Really? No need for like toxic poisons. I was thinking of like just spreading honey all over my desk or something so they would get stuck. They do that at bars. Oh, the soap does. Alright, bishop d3. Bishop d3, I just said bishop d3. Queen d3 is our next move. So I think the other move that black needs to consider here, obviously, is pawn takes pawn. Different game, surrendering the center, when white can recapture with either the queen or the knight at d4. That's another story, and I'm sure there's lots of games. Surprisingly, Kasparov, Nigel Short. Wow. Alright, Nigel Short has played this with black. But f6 is a little stodgier. I've seen this played before. It was his favorite move. So he beat Samish twice with it. So I'm wondering about the Marazzi. But it does seem slow. If we play like c4. it's slow, and our dark squares aren't that secure. So this is an interesting move. Creating the possibility of castling queenside, getting out of possible pins with bishop g4, creating threats for the queen to transfer to some interesting places, particularly c4, where it can station itself like in the gotta be a subscriber, warrior. I'm sorry. And I prefer if people would submit the games like in advance. But we might have time for another subscriber or two. Guys, Mr. Slow donated 5 gift subs. If you act now, you might start a hype train. Just saying. Okay, Queen D3 is like a multifaceted move. What else does it do? You know, to be honest, like Bishop G4, here's an example, like a very bad move. A lot of beginners play Bishop G4 here. But I mean, that's Black's good bishop. So this is like a bluff. You never want to trade this off under normal conditions. So after pawn takes pawn, Black has to play this. Okay, there's a trick here. Pawn takes pawn, queen takes, rook takes, knight takes, and then rook d1 mate. White has a very good position in this ending, though. He doesn't have to take on e5. We can just play knight on bd2 or bishop e3. Both of these moves are very favorable for white. There's a gift of 500 bits from Guiju. Over and out. What the heck did you just say, Asterbait? 500 bits, thank you. Alright, so he plays f6. The move is slow. But on the positive side, it's not that easy for white to really get him on the light squares, because white has traded off the light square bishop. So now we see here only 4 games where this position was reached. How is Black to continue his development? Complete his development with the knight having no access to f6 and the bishop being blocked in on f8. So I think sometimes, you know, you're going to see g6, bishop somewhere, knight e7, or possibly knight h6, knight f7. The problem is every pawn move we make weakens our position a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like g6 should be plausible for Black. I mean, is the issue queen c4? It doesn't seem like that devastating. There's also an issue with this pawn takes pawn. This leaves Black with a very bad structure. The Isolanis, double isolateds, and isolated. We would prefer to take back this way. Sometimes this access to the g5 square can be relevant, particularly with the queen on c4 maybe. It would be more relevant. But nevertheless, the first thing that's surprising here is a lack of games in the master database. The second thing that's surprising is what is the second thing that's surprising? I don't know. But the second thing that's surprising, I forgot. But all right. Black doesn't play f6. Black plays f6. Queen d3. Knight e7. David Rubens versus Victor Knox. David Knox. I think I knew someone named David Knox. I've heard of Rumens. This is a game in the US. Wow. Extreme chess move. That guy played h4. I mean, you better contact Alexei Shirov for more information. Unbelievable. So I wonder if David Rubens like knew this game or something. I don't know this guy. He's an American master. I don't know if he's even still alive or not, but I've heard of his name. This was played back in 1977. He's either dead or someone who quit chess. But h4 is interesting. It seems a bit counterintuitive to me. I really was hoping to develop, but the idea is against knight g6, I guess. Primarily against knight g6. We're just gonna blast him before he has time. Before he has time to settle in, basically h4, knight g6, h5, and you've got to make a decision. Do you go back or play knight f4 and let me presumably take with the bishop on f4 and then play with two knights against two bishops? How black can develop his dark square bishop? Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I don't mean to be like what's the expression? I don't know. I still kind of like g6, to be honest with you. I mean, as a King's Indian player, and this would actually, I mean, it seems like this would actually work better against h4 type of stuff as well. Let me see what the stats are like on lichess. Black's 2-0 here. GM Rashid. Wonder who that is. I'll give you a hint. His FIDE rating is probably under 2100. Alright. But, so here, statistically, 97-23 games. Bishop e6, 5. And bishop e6 also really very relevant in terms of that dark square bishop getting developed. I mean, bishop e6 is great, but that's not my problem. Yeah, I mean, the bishop, it prevents queen c4. Still doesn't solve the kingside development. But what's the bigger question to me is, like, what's wrong with g6? I mean, why is g6 so bad that black is 2-0 here? There's no apparent tactic or easy way for white to open up the position immediately. Like, if you had time, you can play c4, c5, that kind of thing. Someone played d takes e5. Obviously, f takes e5. But I don't see a clear path for white. If I could break with f4, I'm killing it. Maybe queen c4. Oh, this happened in the game. Bishop d7. There's just nothing clear. If I could only play f4, just for argument's sake, if we go knight h6, h4, h5 takes on added strength. So let's say queen e7. And then you got your f4 type of idea. Maybe. But it seems double-edged. Computer says better for black. Great. So not so easy, not so easy to find a way for white. White went on to lose this game. So I vote for g6. Oh, no. Alpha Zero style. William Pascal is best. I thought you didn't know much about chess. You know everything. H4, bishop e6. He even knows about AlphaZero style. Alright, so going back to the Masters database, David Rubens playing h4 against Victor Knox, a player I really don't know, and now Black played h5. Understandable. One of the problems, to be honest, why I don't like h4 is because we're putting the pawn on the wrong color. I know that it doesn't seem like a big deal now, but when you don't have a light square bishop, it's probably not a great idea to put all of your pawns on dark squares. So when Victor Knox plays this, I get it now. This is weak. But Rubens takes on e5, and now he's saying, pick your poison. If you take with the f pawn, the g5 square is weak long term, and if you take with the d pawn, you've got doubled pawns and some weakness on the queen side. So this is kind of the point. Like, one way or the other, white will have some outpost for his pieces. I think that's the point. Interesting. But Richter's opponent doesn't play h5, which is very committal. He plays instead bishop e6. But as Mr. Slow pointed out, and this is his game submission, I mean, Jonathan Spielman is always happy to play knight c8. You know, I'm not really a big fan, Mr. Slow, but we can always do that, right? Caro-Kann players will be very happy to play knight c8 followed by bishop e7. I don't know what happened in this game. But he plays queen b8 first. Classic Steinitz move. Steinitz variation move. Now, crawling around on the back rank, we've maintained our strong point on e5. White's main problem is opening the position. He has a lead in development. Sort of. I would assume b3 now. William Pascal's best. You gotta kind of chill with the comments there a little bit, so we can digest our thoughts. B4 is really gross. So queen b8. We're not going to just throw out every thought that pops in our head, okay? Let's try to be a little bit more digestive of our thoughts before we type them into chat. So I want people to you know, partake of the analysis, but do be thoughtful before you throw ideas out. Like, b4 is a really horrible move for many reasons. All right, queen b8. Now, I thought maybe this looks logical to kind of blunt this bishop, and it's a typical move on the white side of the Steinitz. So I would have expected b3, but he has trappy tactical play. He plays this poison nugget. Speaking of, now we know how Mr. Slow traps the fruit flies. His hero is a tactician. White has tricks based on this poison pawn. Queen takes b2, rook b1. Queen a3, only move. I'm like whistling when I talk. Okay, then what? The jury is still out here. Don't see a blow. Is bishop c1 trapping the queen? Close but no cigar. Yeah, we got 2 vinegars, 2 votes for vinegar. Damn, Nedog getting kind of limber with the timeout. What is that? Gorinko high. So, Mr. So, I don't know what you think here. I'm missing the clear refutation of queen takes b2. The queen doesn't seem to be trapped. Rook b1, queen a3. Now, I'm not sure, like, we want a castle king side, given that we played h4. It looks kind of strange. I don't know. We sort of have to play this, and then I don't see. Let's see how it works. Okay, white has compensation for the sacrifice pawn. Fine. You know. You think it's busto. Well, I mean, I think I could safely just say, okay, white has compensation for the sacrifice pawn. But it doesn't look like it's lights out or anything. The problem is there's no, like, knight discovery or something. Computer doesn't have a clear line. It's not busto. So I think I have raised an interesting question. White is clearly better according to the engine after rook b1, queen a3, but there's no knockout here. It looks like plus 1.7 or something. But it was possible for black to grab the pawn. Yeah, he can castle, of course. It's a weird position. I think this must have been analyzed. Or that was just computer evaluation, I don't know. But clear advantage to white, okay, fine. I wouldn't have probably found this line. You know, that's why I'm saying I would have probably copped out and played b3, honestly. But I'm not sure I would have gone for h4 either. Alright, bishop b6, doop, doop, doop. And now, scaredy cat, queen b7. Not a bad move, but it's nice controlling d5, but eventually white's going to play b3, and your pressure down the b file is going to be shut down pretty well. So he castles queenside kind of fearlessly. Again, main point is like rook b8 or something. This is nothing because of b3. So he doesn't even bother. He doesn't even bother to play rook b8 here with black. Just force white to make a constructive move. Black plays a5 instead. The semi-useful move. We want to try to be able to attack the b3 with a4. And now if b3, this is like, I'm obsessed with b3. I still think the Jonathan Spielman maneuver might be appropriate here for black at some point. I need more practice analyzing the Steinitz, but anyway. After a5, white doesn't hesitate with some kind of defensive move. He plays pawn takes pawn. Now this, again, relates to these outpost squares. Whichever way black takes, there's going to be some kind of problem, you know. My personal view at this point is that c5 is a bigger problem. Because particularly knight a4. If we take this way, this looks really bad. Specifically, knight a4 and access to that square being very disruptive. This pawn can't really be captured because of the bishop getting digested. ICT is castling sneaky. It might threaten a3. In that other position with the queen on b2? Right. Yeah, that's plausible as well. But if you do it that way, then again, he can probably scoot back to b7 or whatever. So, unclear. Anyway, we moved on from there. A5, d takes e5, so f takes e5, which I agree with. Though it might be nice to open this bishop, I don't think that black can afford to lose the c5 outpost square because of knight a4. So he gives up, black gives up control of g5 instead. White plays knight g5. This has been in the cards for a while. I talked about a variation like this in the very beginning, remember? Extremely logical play by white, and in the variation I looked at, it was nothing, but that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This is a totally different position. But I think, Mule Skinner, thanks for subscribing. I think the point is, what you get from this, Richter, you know, by the way, I don't know Richter's history that much, a player worthy of study, but depending on who taught Richter, you know, we see something very fundamental in White's play. The principle of like king safety and development. There's very fundamental play in this position. The rooks are connected, all of his pieces are developed, he has no bad pieces, and his king is relatively safe. And he's castle soak. He's played absolutely fundamental chess. Bishop g8 and now f4, because we have to open the position. I called Samish Fritz, but he's actually Friedrich, right? I'm sorry, I called him Fritz. Mr. Snow was probably like, whatever. I'm not going to correct him. But, you know, German names aren't my specialty, and of course we have our favorite chess program, Fritz. He was Friedrich. I'm not sure if I corrected myself already, but I'm just going to go on record as saying I know his name was Friedrich. All right, f4, e takes f4. We had a question. I was joking around some months ago about like who's the strongest Fred ever. Fred Reinfeld. Friedrich. Samish. Oh, so he was Fritz. Okay. Fred Waitskin. Fred Astaire. All right. F4, e takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Black might still be okay here. That's what... Yeah, welcome to the Friedrich Club. Black might still be okay here. Yeah, if he's playing like a 1500 on lichess. Black's not okay if he's playing like a freaking genius. You know, you want to play e5 right away. But it's Black's turn, unfortunately. The strong point just went. Can we go back a move? Damn it, I missed it. And it hurt my hand. God damn it. So close. Can we go back a move? So does Black have to cave here? I guess pawn takes pawn is pretty natural. But on the other hand, you guys gotta ask yourself, like, do I have another option? Well, you can't just allow pawn takes pawn, because like pawn takes pawn, mate on d7. So I guess the only suggestion really would be knight to g6. Which is actually interesting when you think about it. Of course, white would have a ton of responses, including the quiet g3, for example. The more aggressive f5, you know, when it's like, dude, take a look at my bishops and your knights, you know, and which is worse. This doesn't look too good. So I don't know. It's like ICTs. Sorry, BS27. Only subscribers. But I think, no, this is a serious chess stream. Bishop g8, f4. If knight g6 seriously, f5 looks pretty strong. But Mr. So has another idea of h5, essentially like sacrificing a pawn, and then trying to launch this. This is also plausible. Probably strong as well. You know, these guys, they're binos. Bishops in name only. Bino. They're binosexual. Plus black has no rook. Not to mention the bishop on f8. The one on g8, to be fair, is actually doing a pretty good job. But black is on the verge of total capitulation. I mean, f4, this is a natural move. But how are we going to stop e5? And the answer is, we're not. You know, we're not. Dude, I think you need to, like, take up religion and start praying at this point if you're black. Because it's about your only hope. So knight g6, he buys time. He has like a grace period now. Bishop g3, and you're about to get your head handed to you. This is, if it's white's turn, I'm sorry, but it's got to be like virtually crushing. e5 has to be virtually crushing. So it's black's move. e5 is virtually crushing, and you know, you don't have any kind of active play. Bishop e7. What can black do? Castle queenside? All in favor of castling queenside, raise your hand. Say aye. Kingside, queenside, whatever. I vote for queenside castling. I think I got it. Yes. Die. All right. I don't know. You know, I don't see like a knockout, an immediate knockout, right? Again, you can do e5, but still, it's not over. And the king looks to me like maybe like microscopically safer on queenside castle. Yeah, and it's been mentioned that h5 is possible. And the knight will have to retreat back to e7. Well, that's like the least of my worries, to be honest. But there's a lot of problems with black's position. I mean, even stuff like this, you know, you could possibly see your rook get skewered on the diagonal. Oh, look at this variation, for example. It's a weird way to lose the exchange. This is a creative way to lose the exchange. Bishop e5. Cheese Riddler. Cheese Rizzler. We playing today. Get with the schedule. No, I never play on Thursdays. Tuesdays is tournaments. Thursdays analysis. Fridays challenges. I do play on Tuesdays. Tuesday tournaments. Sunday simuls. I like to keep the schedule though, rather than being unpredictable. No, analysis. You already submitted a game, dude. You submitted the game. You don't remember? You've got the second game on the list, man. Your game is next, by the way. Sung Prism, welcome. What is that? Acoustic neuroma. Masturbate, what are you telling me? Bishop e7. I think this is natural. And then boom. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And I think I mentioned this. I mentioned this last game you submitted, Mr. Slow. But there's something like about Richter's games. I'm getting the impression now for the second week in a row that the guy was like basically very aesthetic. His play is very aesthetically oriented. I mean, I guess you have to be a fairly strong player to notice the aesthetics here. But there is something really, I think, coordinated and beautiful about White's position. Ashby, what are you talking about? Knight f2. A knight f2 tumor, okay. So White tries to open it up, Black tries to shut it down. And now you have fantastic moves. Like you could play knight e4, for example, but Black doesn't have to take it. I'm sure that, you know, there might be interesting stuff here. If you want to be really, really crazy, I imagine this type of variation is playable. Damn, dude. Knight f8. That's where it was headed all along. Knight f8. Black hangs on. Gotta love knight f8. So the idea is not to play knight e4 and try to do some fancy stuff with knight e6, knight d6 check. It's this. Now obviously knight f8 is still a thing. Rook b8 never does anything special. I guess it needs to be thrown in there at some point because we do have a threat of check here. The king can pop out to d2, but let's just say Black plays rook b8 at some point. He doesn't. He hasn't, but he could. In the event of rook b8, b3, bishop a3 check, king b1, you know, it's actually pretty difficult for... It would be pretty difficult for Black to get in there and access. I killed a fruit fly and now there's another one. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? There's like unlimited fruit flies. I swear to God, I've been like killing them all night and they're just sneaking in here. They must come under the crack of the door or something. Alright. There was no fruit flies in here. They're very annoying though, because they bite and fly around me and stuff. So instead of e6, rook b8, he plays a4. And I suppose... I don't know, man. I mean, is there any chance of something weird like bishop a3? Because a3, b3 is going to shut down all the lines. What is it really... What is it really about? I mean, does Black really have anything here? Let's say a4 rather than rook b8 does prevent knight a4. Well, the thing is, he's just like, well, what are you going to do to me? What is White going to do? Well, here's your answer, knight f7. Really nice move, and again, like, extremely aesthetic. I mean, for me, just looks like White is falling out of bed, dude. Did you say the what? Bishop d6. Well, I don't know. I mean, bishop d6. Not sure that's real safe either. This is this is protected, so. I mean, honestly, ICTs, this, and this, like, these are, if these are candidate moves, I don't really like any of them. You know, it looks like black is just done. I think that it's done. You know, he just doesn't have anything. Knight f7, takes, check, and it almost looks like, to me, it feels like like this was a simul game. That's how bad black is getting crushed here. It feels like white is playing a simul, and he's crushing some noob who's like 1500 amateur. But Samish was a very experienced player. He takes, pawn takes, sorry, knight f7, bishop takes, pawn takes, check, king f7, rook check. I was expecting like queen check, but I guess the king goes back to e8. Not sure if it matters. You know, I was hoping for queen check, bishop f6, and then here, but actually this isn't so clear, maybe. Black has knight e7. Why this rook? I would ask the question. He needs the other rook for the e-file. The only answer is that he needs the other rook for the e-file. Because otherwise I would go with this rook behind the h-pawn, but he wants this rook here. Black plays bishop f6, and now he kicks his knight. It has to retreat back to e7, and then h6 undermining. So bishop is nice here. Black almost has a threat. He has rook b8, right? There's a problem though, you know, for black. Like if you do rook b8, well, besides the fact that you have this, I'm not even sure queen takes b2 check is really that serious. So my point is, you get a lot of situations where this type of thing could happen, where you like take and it's still good for white, even though your king is popped out on d2. I'm threatening to like sack on f6 and probably annihilate black. So there may not be even a big deal if black like is able to capture on b2 with check. Although obviously white would prefer not to allow that. It's weird how he never played rook b8. Now he goes back. His king side is busted. King takes, and then naturally rook takes f6, and this is pretty intuitive. The defender goes. King takes, check, here. I mean, does he have another option? If he tries to go to the other way, I mean, I would think that I would play king the e7 here. King e7 to go to d8, but there's some where's the killer move? I mean, white has a strong attack, but I don't see immediately a number of checks. I mean, the problem is I see this king, you know, getting back here and hiding over there to b8. Does anyone see how to stop that from happening? To check king e7. How can I prevent his king from running away? Okay, you can check and put your queen on like g4 and physically cut him off. Like, I don't know, queen e2 check, king d8, and then put your queen on g4, let's say. Rook f5. Rook. Oh, queen f5. Okay, yeah, queen f5 is like a more direct way of cutting off that diagonal. I was wondering what a wound was. I thought it was something in German. Yeah, there's nice little tricks here. Like, for example, rook f8. Surprise! No, I don't know if it works. Rook f8. I'm sure white is winning. Mate in 5. Rook e1, king d8, bishop h4. Rook e1, king d8, bishop h4. Beautiful. Beautiful. So stuff like that. But it was his best chance. You know, it looks to me like it's pretty freaking clear that you got to try to run for the border here, because you're not getting away on g7. The king is just like in the it's in the firing zone there. I mean, you're in a dead end alley there. You're clearly not going anywhere. This is not salvation. Take your chances with king e7. So now check, and then here, and now you're like down a rook. So even if white didn't, even if white sacked material, he doesn't even feel it now. White's like a piece up, almost, because the rook on h8 is totally out of the game. But this is nice now. I suppose the queen f6 might be good enough. But might doesn't necessarily cut it. Queen f6, rook here, queen e6 check, king g7. Where's the finishing touch? Probably we're winning, but that knight is having trouble getting in. So this is a beautiful move. Yeah, knight e4. You might call it sadistic. Others might call it simply, Well, some might call it sadistic. Others might call it beautiful or artistic. It depends on what, how evil you truly are, or good. What your chaotic, Dungeons and Dragons, what do you call it? Neutral evil, chaotic evil. Your alignment, whatever your alignment is. Mr. Slow is like neutral evil. So knight e4 is sadistic. I'm more of like a neutral. Knight e4, true neutral. Knight e4, yeah, beautiful move. And so that gives us access to this diagonal. In the case of capture, check here, and very artistic. Queen f7 check, king h6, bishop f4 check. Another really artistic move. And then here, then he takes with the queen. Everything is winning now. And black resigned. Sadly, all roads lead to mate in just a few moves. Alright, that was a great game. And black was punished. The power of the new. Power of the new. What account are you again? Can you remind me if you're a yeah, I wouldn't exactly call it a student body attack, Nadog. But I'm only beginning to appreciate that comment, which I mentioned, probably relates to stuff that happened before stuff that happened in the 1800s, before the fall of the Hungarian monarchy. There was like student movement in like what Czech Republic was back then. Larry Christensen obviously didn't invent this terminology, but I don't think it was really a student body attack. What I would classify as that, not exactly. This is more like just development and fundamental stuff. Okay, Chess Riddler is next. We've got Chess Riddler black against Spasiba. Who is, again, the power of the new? The game you sent was a few days ago. Oh. Alright, yeah. Your game should be in there. Not seeing it. There it is. Let's see. 1/21, 2024. Yeah, that was a few days ago. I might have missed this one. I often don't get notified of my notifications. I don't get notifications about my notifications. Sometimes randomly, I don't really understand why. Okay, study. Yes. Now, alright, try to put it in order. Ah, you chose this game. Yes, this was Chess Riddler. The Riddler. Ah! So we're black in the Sicilian, of course. And white played G3. Sigh. I'll just hold on a second. I have to kill another fruit fly. Fruit fly destruction. Kill them while you can. I just like throw pillows at them. Alright. The fruit flies, though, I mean, I really appreciate that they're a lot easier to catch than mosquitoes. You know, mosquitoes are devious and they go down. For some right reason, the fruit flies don't like to go down low. I don't know what their issue is. But it's a major, like, you know, weakness, really. You always go up and you don't go down. It becomes a little predictable. So anyway, I don't know what fruit flies have a problem with going low, but it makes it a lot easier to catch them. Alright, so G3, E6. Yeah, I mean, G3, it's pretty lame. This is a form of... Oh, sorry. Wrong game. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, it's not lame. It's not lame. It's sort of lame. But it was supposed to be Chess Riddler's game, and it's not a Sicilian. All right, wrong game. I'll do the lame game later. Sorry for hurting your feelings, but it is a little lame. But it's all right. It's okay to be lame. It's okay to be lame. Lame is okay. Nedog lived his whole life like that. Spasiba. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. And then a6, bishop a4. Oh, look. d6. This looks familiar. It's thematic. Bishop takes c6 check. I mean, honestly, by the way, like after bishop takes c6 check takes d4, I'm going to guess that if you play f6, you got to know what the hell you're doing, first of all. This move is actually probably safer. I mean, at the end of the day, it feels like e5, maintaining e5 is a safer approach, but in reality, I think black is trying to kind of do if you're trying to do the impossible, then it's actually not safer. So essentially, like, f6 is going from the frying pan into the fire. With pawn takes pawn, we just stay in the frying pan. It's okay. I think that's probably the more realistic way to play. Like, the fact that Mamedyarov and Nigel Short have played it is already, like, a better sign. But I haven't studied the Spanish Dianets Deferred, to be honest. With the white pieces, I played, like, my first ever e4 game over the board against Kurdo with I think c3. So yeah, I probably played c3 on move 4, although that's different. Actually, I don't remember. Maybe I did castle, but anyways. I think we had, like, castles, bishop d7, and then c3. I didn't play bishop takes c6. But in any case, okay, d6, castles, and now black plays bishop g4. And I suspect that I have a game I went over a couple weeks ago, or a month ago or so. The black side of this was played. Geller had a game with white against someone who played this against him. And it was a big time. It was like a big time Spanish player. I think would I be right to think Gligorich or something? It was like Geller Gligorich. Maybe it was Gligorich, and I was like, why would anybody who's like a renowned expert in the Spanish play bishop g4? This is a very risky way to play with black, I would think. And I mean, arguable whether it's justified. That's your good bishop, and you really can't afford to give it up without a really, really good reason. So I think this move is something of like a bluff. And in fact, it seems to me like I think you're playing the same line that was played in Geller Gligorich. If I'm not mistaken, c3, queen f6. And I mean, this is cool for a fast game or something, but I would definitely not trust it fundamentally. I don't remember, though. I don't remember. Maybe it was h3 for... It's another one. Are you kidding me? I got him, too. Where are they coming from? I swear they're coming under the door. Maybe it was h3 first. Could that be right? Maybe White's supposed to play h3 first, and then on h5, then we play c3. Now you play queen f6. And then we play d3, which is kind of lame. Why can't White play d4 here? I'm not sure I quite fully understand. Saji asks, why can't White play d4 here? It's the number one move of the engine. Well, I mean, what do I know? That Svidler and Anand don't know. I can't remember the game in question, I have to be honest. Whether White played h3 or c3 makes a big difference. Black's idea would be to do that kind of h5 thing. So instead, your opponent took on c6 unprovoked. Rip bishop. Now, that's pretty similar to some lines in the exchange where Lopez now. It's almost like a virtual transposition. However, yeah, I mean, like c3 isn't that useful in this position, I guess. Maybe later. So I guess really playing c3 and bishop takes c6 to me they're two different things. The vast majority of players here play d3, but again, I want to know about d4. This is the move I don't understand why there's virtually no games here. Bishop takes f3. And just the one game. Southern California Championship. Take, take, take. E takes d4. C takes d4. b5. d5. Bishop takes a4. D takes c6. Okay, this is unclear. Very unclear. Not convincing. So queen f6. White plays this normally d3. d4 is not clear. And the engine likes black better. Wow. Wow. I gotta check this game out. Just a second, guys. I just want to check this. I thought it was Grigorich. Hold on a second. Understand what I'm forgetting here. Grigorich, number 7. Game number 7. All right. Don't think it's the right game. Different variation. It's a different game. Not Grigorich. Thinking of not Grigorich. Someone else. Nope. 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 Geller Portish. Nope. 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 Geller Curious. Nope. That's it. I don't understand. Wow. Roy the Paz Geller Curious. It's not in here. I do not understand. Very strange. I'm like imagining shit. Do not know where this game is. Had been a little while ago. Yeah, I don't know what game I was thinking of. These are all kind of mainline. I can't even find a Steinitz. So I don't think we're going to find an answer to our question. Strange. Really Paz. I don't know. It's really weird. I had seen this exact variation in a recent past. And black got absolutely destroyed. So, bishop g4. It looks like this is important, though. Like, c3 is inaccurate. Yeah, that's another crazy thing. h3. How about this? Does this ring a bell? Yeah, this is ringing a bell somewhere. I mean, I remember something with bishop h5. So anyway, regardless of whatever happened, this seems to be a really important position. At first I thought I was like kind of indifferent, but it looks like h3 is clearly the best move. Like way better than c3. You have to make black commit here to one of these moves. You know, going back, being like a tempo down, playing h5 and committing to that, or going bishop h5, which is probably more dubious. You know, so my gut instinct would be to play h5 and take your chances here, Riddler. Because bishop h5 is really sus. Looks like it's really kind of sus. Alright. But anyway, this is different. I guess c3 isn't as good. And the score here is quite good, and the evaluation is quite good for black. So queen f6, and then this move again, which I do think is weird, to give up your bishop when you've played c3 and you've slightly, well, kind of committed a whole bunch of your pawns to dark squares. B takes c, now d3, and then you're just like, it's all fine and good, but why did we play c3 at the end of the day? You know, so we can play queen a4 or something. I mean, eventually that can support d4, but in the short term it's not helping us much with white. 97. Okay, what you did is absolutely fine. Knight bd2. I mean, if he plays h3, you play h5. Or if you wanted to, you could bail out and then play bishop takes f3, I guess. At this point. And now, like, looking at the opening score, there's hardly any games. Pretty obscure position. And wow, that's not good. Eric LeBron, 88. What does this tell us? I mean, did you mess up? Are you supposed to bail out here and play like bishop takes f3? I mean, clearly this is an option. Because like in this ending, I mean, there you go. White's a little better, you know, but it's like hard to win. Man, Gudena is so solid, dude. It's just sick how solid that guy is. Watching him play at the World Senior was unbelievable. He's just a freaking rock. Anyway, 97. So after 92 now, we no longer can double the pawns. But wait a minute now. So what's the point? Is this like a place where we now like retreat? We no longer trade our bishop off, but our bishop, I mean our queen is going to get trapped by like bishop g5 in some lines. So after h3, oh, you played h5 here. Well, my question is like, is this a situation where I know it seems unusual, but should we actually consider the possibility of not, you know, of not playing h5 and not giving up the bishop, obviously, but keeping the bishop? Is it legitimate to suggest a bishop retreat here? Move 11 with the gift sub to Voron 145. Mr. Coffee, what's up? Coffee mate. Can we consider keeping this guy? Does anyone have a problem with? You have a problem with this? I mean, clearly white has break in the center, and yeah, it could be dangerous. So you played exactly the same as the one game in the database, but I don't know. All right. So h5. And white broke the pin in 2 games and lost both with queen a4. Holy shit. And rook e1 is a good move. I mean, rook e1, we're real close to transposing to an exchange where Lopez. Kind of main line. Live correspondence chess. That's gross. All right. h5. It might be fun for computer programmers. So, chess computer programmers might be interested, but I think chess players should not. It's interesting that white lost both games after queen a4. And Eric Sood is like a solid German IM against that Malaysian dude. It's part of the Malaysian rating scandal. Megaranto, although he seems legitimately pretty strong. Bishop d7. The queen is strangely placed on a4. Rook e1 looks like our plan, is a little bit more fundamental here. Going for central play, maybe freeing up the f1 square for the knight. And also, most importantly, the variations where we take the bishop and we walk away, from the h-file are really important. That's kind of, critical in these type of positions, from what I remember. So rook e1 looks like it's coming close to transposing. Yeah, I mean, I get the knight f4 thing, and I think, honestly, that's why white's not supposed to play c3, I mean, c3 weakens the d3 square. It's not exactly like we want to invite knight f4. c3 doesn't really help white too much. What's the evaluation here? Around equal. Knight f4 second piece, but it's very unclear. So I guess I like rook e1. He takes right away. Might be possible to take right away. I don't know, but how is he going to run away in this position? So I like rook e1, like preparing maybe to take in the future. H takes g, g3. Well, I mean, this variation is dangerous for people who don't know what they're doing with white. Obviously, you're going to lose some games the first time you face these h5 and try to take the piece on g4. So this basically seals him in. So he can't come out here, he can't come out here. And so you're going to checkmate him down the h-file. And there's no king g2. So taking on f4 results in queen h6, which could lead to problems. I mean, part of rook e1 is about the king running away. The other part of rook e1 is about having 2 knights that can go to h2. So you see, there's really a lot to this move. After h5, we go here. Not only does it give our king a chance to run away in some lines, but the knight goes to f1 too. In some variations, that can protect f4 and give us the chance to take the bishop and then block with 2 knights guarding h2. Unlike some variations of the exchange, Lopez, the bishop is on c5 here. So after knight f4, he tries to play knight h4. Notice, tries. And I'm sure that you're winning like more than one way here. Although, you know, maybe like white threatens to take on g4. You don't have a light square bishop, so let's just say, like, hypothetically, if g5, this is possible, guarding h6, plus there's also the possibility of this taking on g4 at some point. So the plan isn't to play g5. You took here on h4, eliminating that attacking piece or blocking piece, and now takes, and now queen takes, and now you're threatening queen h3, which is like black to move, winning by force. You're also threatening, actually g3, I'm not sure, but you're definitely threatening queen h3. The problem with g3 is that he has knight f3. And the other problem is that you're threatening queen h3. So he has to deal with both threats. Rook f1, for example, then queen h3, and there's no defense. Rook e1, I mean. Someone was saying knight f3 only move, right? For example, knight f3, maybe, but what do you do on, I see, what do you do on queen h3? Bishop f4, pawn takes knight. So you have to play queen here, sorry, knight e1. And then the door number 2 with the mate on h2. And you can't stop both. Mate here and mate here cannot be simultaneously defended against. So you have to take. That's the only way. That would actually hold. Takes, jack, king here. This isn't clear, actually. So I'm missing something. Queen h4, well, I mean, maybe I'm not missing anything. Knight f3 is the only defense. Obviously, you can take it and you're a pawn up, you know, I mean, this is the minimum. Right. So you don't have a forced win after, the point is you don't have a forced win after knight f3, queen h3, knight e1. Maybe you are winning, though. Like, how does he defend long term against bishop e7, king d7, and rook h8? Maybe he can crawl out of this somehow. Bishop takes f4. I mean, you're just gonna, like, King's Indian mate him. Wow. Computer wants to play g5, but then it's like seeing more and more variations now. Castle's queenside. See, this is what I was thinking. Long term, he's not getting away. Takes, f3, aha. So f3 again, very King's Indian like. Yeah. He's just barely hanging on by a thread there. So maybe you're better off just taking his knight, you know, after knight f3. That's the question. Computer doesn't think so. You're certainly fine. You know, you're a pawn up, you know. Oh no, you're down the exchange, my bad. Yeah, alright. You're down the exchange, it's not as simple. I guess you have to go with this. Queen h3, knight e1. Try to play for win. Looks like this. You can, which way do we take? Take with the e-pawn. But again, they're going to try to play f3 and defend the light squares laterally here. Alright, anyway. I got a couple of messages. Another Richter game for next week. Move 11. Oh. If we have room today, I'd like to submit a game late. You are late. You are late. Late, 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 late. 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 Move 11 is late, and he lives at 123 Main Street. Late. So you guys can dox him. Move 11, address 123 Main Street. Alright, we've got Little Town, USA, or what was it? Hometown, USA, yeah, it's Move 11, apartment 456, 123 Main Street, Hometown, USA. I know, I was going to tell him, you got the exact same, that's my address too, 123 Main Street. Alright, I was like, that's familiar. I recognize that address. Man, it's amazing where these flies come from. So Mr. So's already submitting the game for next week. He loved it so much. Yeah, anyway, takeaway from this game, Chess Riddler, is I always tell people Bishop G4 is not good in the E4, E5 games. You've got Richard Rapport on your side. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but ultimately Bishop G4 is sort of like, it's the chess variation of bluffing, you know, like you can't really afford to give that bishop up. You're going to have to get some kind of substitute or compensation for it. If Rapport played it, it's probably not sound. Alright, but next we've got Morales. Okay, move 11 is late. Late. If we have room today, I'd like to submit a rook ending. To start analysis at move 18. You are late. Oh, that's good. Wait. Not only is he late, I can't get the game. Alright. Analysis board. Get PGN. Get PGN. Okay. I'll get PGN. There we go. So this is from what? Random Croatian Team Championship in 2018. Copy. Yeah, thanks for submitting the game, sir. Sire Rizzler. Good to know how long I have to survive. What do you mean, Mr. Slow? I didn't get it. How long do you have to survive till next week? Move 11 is late. Morales. I got your game, Sun Prism. Alright, Morales is up. Morales is white. Morales likes to submit 3-minute games because the level of play in these 3-minute games is very, very high. You know, I just don't think, you know, honestly, Morales, like, you know, 3 minutes is kind of long. Like, don't you think you should maybe, like, submit some Ultra Bullet or something? Hyper Bullet or whatever? Because the 3-minute chess is some seriously deep. Alright. Remember, this is 3 minutes, so there's tons of time for both sides. E4, C5, knight C3, D6, F4, and then the epic E6. Yeah. Yeah, E6 isn't great. You're not going to see a lot of E6s. It's already, you know, why is Black playing this move order? Because he's a Najdorf player. You would normally play this move order because you're a Najdorf player. Or a Dragon player. This is the only reason you would play d6. So if you're a dragon player, you're definitely not playing e6. If you're a Najdorf player, then I could see like maybe not being comfortable with like knight to c6. So maybe a6 or knight f6, you know? But I still don't see like either of those guys necessarily really gravitating toward e6. So at the end of the day, I just don't really see a reason for black's move order. E6 is probably better at this point to just play like g6, bishop g7. That's what Gelfand would do. g6, bishop g7. The problem with d6 is it makes the bishop c4 Grand Prix like valid. Whereas normally the Grand Prix sucks. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Sucks as far as white not getting any advantage and probably equalizing at best. But against d6, now white has got an upgraded Grand Prix where, you know, bishop c4 is actually not bad. It's probably equal. But e6 makes it bad again. So now knight f3, and then, you know, all I can think is like Black's hoping he gets to play like a Scheveningen type of modern Scheveningen or Najdorf style position. Hoping white plays d4 is really the only justification for this. But after the following move, knight f6, I don't know. There's so few games here. It's only 50 some games. I guess there is a point to e6. I mean, maybe we're missing a point here with this move. Maybe what he's doing is essentially discouraging bishop c4. In a sense, it might not be that bad. Definitely not great against maybe like g3. So in this position, knight f3, knight f6, I think g3 is a good closed Sicilian. I'll just tell you guys something, like generally speaking, the hedgehog is not good against the closed Sicilian or King's Indian attack. Black just has a kind of lame position where white is playing for f5 and black doesn't have any counterplay. So I think, surprisingly, this is probably white's best move. Just play g3. d4 is fine too, and you're opening the game to a Scheveningen. Or, alternatively, you can play my first game with Alexander Ivanov back in 1990. Was like this variation with bishop e3. Emery Tate and Ivanov both played this line against me. Tate in Blitz and Ivanov in a tournament game, but this is a very sharp method for white to play with queen f3 and castle's queenside. That's also a dangerous line, although black's probably okay. I don't really like the way that Morales played this, just because it's fine, but I don't think it's that dangerous. It's got to be fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this, but I think I would want to keep the pieces on the board and play g3. He plays bishop b5 check. This isn't bad, but it kind of reminds me of the Kraken or something. Still, it's not bad. All right. I was trying to think if knight d7 is crazy. How crazy is knight d7? If Morales needs a slow game, I think his issue is that he doesn't have any time. You know, drug dealers never get a lot of free time. Knight on bd7, No, I had this funny thing today where I was thinking about like one of my students. I don't know what he does, and then it occurred to me like maybe he's a drug dealer. It never had crossed my mind. What could he be doing? All right, knight on bd7. Nothing wrong with that. It's a career choice. Bishop e5 check. Yeah, I mean, don't know how bad this is. Looks bad. If it looks bad, don't look. It looks bad. It probably is bad. I mean, e5 looks pretty strong. So I guess this is more or less forced. The young Chinese Grandmaster Gao Rui, I played him in like 2008 in Ketchkamet, maybe even earlier. It was a long time ago. I played an IM tournament. It was around 2007 maybe. Remember, I played this really annoying American Japanese guy from California who was just a dick. Can't remember his name, from Orange County. Alright, so not to name names or anything. Oh. No, that's a different dick. No, Hikaru's alright. This guy was just a genuine dick. Hikaru has his flaws. I mean, he was definitely a dick when he was a little kid. No, I know who Hikaru is. Alright, bishop e5, bishop d7. No, Hikaru's not... Yeah, actually... I don't know if this guy is actually... I guess he's just Japanese by ethnicity. He's American. The guy, like, had a bad result, and then he started to, like, report the organizer to FIDE for some violations of... He was just a complete idiot. He had a bad tournament, and I think he withdrew, and like left 2 games unplayed or something, and complained about stuff, and like tried to report the tournament to FIDE, but FIDE refuted his accusations or whatever. The arbiter wasn't there during one of the games. He made a huge deal about it. It was totally overblown. Because you have to sometimes make up games. There was really nothing to see here. Can't remember his name now. But this kid was there, and we had a draw. I remember that. Gao Rui was a Botanic English. Sorry guys, I get off the subject. I'm getting old. Sadly. I get off the subject, start reminiscing about games I played in 2007. Wow, Uber driver. Speaking of getting old and reminiscing, even older. Working hard or hardly working? Bishop e5 check. The guy played this. Ugh. That can't be good. Yeah, this is like patently bad for black. And shockingly, really shockingly, the top 2 games in the opening Explorer, white did not win and even lost one of them. Phew. Top 3 games from this position, black has scored 2.5 out of 3. That is disturbing, bro. I think it's just like pretty bad for black, actually. Yeah, it's funny, it's funny, Uber driver. I always thought you were older than 56, now. Thought you were older than me by more. I guess you just always had a mature look. I didn't realize that we were as close in age as that, although it seems like more when you're young. 5 years is a big difference when you're 20. It's not a big difference when you're 50. But I still didn't realize you were, when I met you, you were a lot closer to my age than I realized. Alright, so knight c6, e5, d takes e5, f takes e5, knight d5, and then we're going to smash the pawns. And I mean, I hate black's position. This is really bad. This is the entombed bishop. And the good thing is he hasn't played a6, so there's still a chance the bishop could get out on like a6 or something. All right, knight e4, and yeah, black has a very bad game. See Christopher Lutz versus Fritz for more information. Bishop a6. I mean, Gingy was beating computers like this for like 20 years online, you know? I mean, it was like ridiculous. He could beat all the engines relentlessly in positions like this until like the mid 90s or something, when they started to be like capable of playing a little bit better strategically. Early computers had no chance here against a human grandmaster. So black plays bishop a6, trying to get his bishop out. d3, c4 is a try. If you let white will try to play maybe b3 and shut it down permanently. So here, I don't know. I mean, I realize there might be some limitations to this, but I would think like b3 might be a move you wanna like throw in there at some point, just to be on the safe side. That nothing bad will ever happen. So he plays this, which isn't a bad move. Obviously, highlighting the weakness of this square, this pawn, and trading off black's bishop pair. And now black further compromises his position, structurally, but maybe it's not that bad. Takes, okay, takes, bishop h6, rook f7, and now, wow. Get your computers out, ladies and gentlemen. This feels like the kind of thing that you've probably not calculated, but you've done before. Morales isn't like Uber driver tactical. So I had the feeling like this is the kind of move like he's seen the pattern before and was able to play it in a very fast game. He's not like a machine like calculator. With time he can attack and make sophisticated sacrifices, but for me, I mean, I didn't see it right away. It looks like something like, yeah, I would have played b3 driver, but I wouldn't have played bishop g5. I mean, now it's a little bit like time sensitive because these pawns could lunge forward. I would have played b3 instead of bishop g5, but here we are. And but a really nice move. So the point is, presumably we have queen g4 check. I mean, honestly, maybe it's just not. It's not that deep, It's like check, and we take your rook. But still, for a 3-minute game where you have a minute left, this kind of move isn't that easy to see. Black just loses the exchange, and now, wow, fully reported Morales for this game. That's just Mr. Slow would, yeah. If you're chaotic neutral, this is played out of sadism, not like beauty. To Mr. Slow, it's a sadistic move. To me, it's artistic. To Morales, it's beautiful. It depends on how you look at things. Morales, I don't know. I would have probably taken... Asterbate would have just taken the rook. I would have taken the rook, especially in a fast game. Morales is like 1 minute on the clock and boom. Really? This guy reported him for cheating and then played knight e3. It took him like 10 seconds to file the report. And then obviously, I mean, the rook is trapped. We have two knights hanging. And by the way, guys, I don't think it's a good idea to create complications in sudden death when you have less time than the opponent. Taking the rook was the sensible thing to do in a fast game. Anyway, but wouldn't it seem natural to play this? I mean, wouldn't queen h5 be... Is there some kind of problem here? Yes, officer, there is. It looks like this is an issue. You know, what are we going to do about rook f8 with our queen hanging? Things are going to get even crazier than they already were. Then you have to avoid the exchange of queens, probably. And I don't know what's happening with the material on the board. So I think Morales went a little bit too far here. I mean, you just play 95, take the freaking rook, and just win the game, up the exchange, nothing fancy, you know. This is fancy, too fancy. Knight g5, knight e3, queen e2, knight f1, rook f1. And then the guy finally just realizes he might as well take something. And white is not up material, but there are some minor... let's say, concessions that black has made in this position strategically. Sides. Yeah, I don't know about game submission. You can try. I have no promises. It depends on the time. Structural problems. The building inspector isn't really thrilled. It's like one of those apartment buildings on the Florida coast. It's looking a little sketchy. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to certify this building without a very large bribe. So probably black should sack the queen, and he does. And that's just not enough material and bad structure. And Morales down to 14 seconds in sudden death. 12.9. Down to 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Facing mate in 1. With 5 seconds left. You're lucky if you get a perpetual check. And that's what happened. Although objectively black could have... I think a really pro bullet player here would have flagged him. The guy was correct, and he gave him a draw. There's no real danger, you know. I mean, positionally, black is lost. We can play queen f2, and it's game over. But the guy was the gentleman not to flag him. You know, he could have played for flag. All right, another high-quality 3-minute game. You thought earlier bishop a6 was a waste. It takes a lot of experience playing with a bad bishop to accept that, Uber driver. But oftentimes, you know, the guy made no effort to play c4. I mean, you know, it certainly was a waste the way he played it. Now, Netog, wait. Netog, who is this Netog? Netog. 2200? He's broken the 2200 barrier. The sound barrier. This was played in January, a week and a half ago. Wow. You reached 2200. The Netog is black. Now, do you mind if I bang my head on the floor? Or the wall or whatever? You seriously played d5. Oh my god. My teammate did this against Epriyeshi Laszlo, this moron. Epriyeshi's not a moron. He passed away. He was a nice guy. He was an international master, very solid. But my moron teammate did something like this against him. He was old and he was not his former self, Epriyeshi, a few years ago. No, this you can't do this, bro. What are you doing? After knight f3, you can't play d5. This is just bad. Just bad, dude. You can't play it. It's just bad. Bad, Nedog. You're unbelievable. You're 2200 and you're a complete, like, opening noob. You're playing the Marshall defense here with g6. This is mega dubious. Yeah, there's no knight on. You can't play d5 unless there's a knight on c3 or white has played g3, Nedog. It's okay against the fianchetto variation or f3 or something, but you don't play d5 against knight f3. Now you're stuck in a bad position. After c takes d5, you have a Marshall defense. You played g6. So what you did is actually like what my teammate did against Ebrieshi. But he did it on purpose because he plays all these stupid openings. So Ebrieshi played, I believe, Queen a4 check after Bishop g7. Laszlo, no, he knows chess, but he was like tactically not that strong as this guy on my team, who's just like a cheapo artist. Queen a4 check. I believe guy played c6 and it's some kind of like dubious gambit for black. Okay, you can see here there's some people who played this. The only one that is notable is Kujif, this Dutch IM. I mean, for blitz, okay, you can play it. Blitz or rapid, maybe rapid, but don't do this in a standard game. So I'm pretty sure Ebrieshi played Queen b3, Queen a4 check rather. The most players don't know. I was thinking about something crazy here. This wouldn't possibly be good, would it? No. You can actually just snap that off. Okay. Yeah, so Queen a4 check is like the refutation, if you will. 7 people have played King f8. Dude, that's just perverse. I mean, that's seriously perverse. I mean, this must be like, God, correspondence, like bad correspondence chess. Now I've said this was correspondence chess too. That's bad correspondence chess right there. I would take my chances with knight on bd7 rather than play that. I don't know that b5 is possible, right? I don't think you can play b5. So it's pretty much c6 or nothing. Remember, you guys remember that guy on my stream, Hey It's Miro, whose account was closed and we can only speculate he was caught cheating or something? He played this type of gambit against me a couple of times. And he actually played it to the point where he played it really well and he practically got enough compensation. I don't know what to say, you know, it makes me think twice about it. I never really suspected him, but could have been cheating, you know. But Nedog, what are you doing, bro? You gotta pay attention here. So white lets you transpose after bishop g7, knight c3, face palm. The other possibility is that black could castle here. I actually gotta confess that I think I considered this for fun. For like a funny blitz line. I have to confess, castle, e4, c6 now, pawn takes, knight takes. Is this, I think there's lichess games, just a few. Well, this I would reserve for purely blitz, you know. It's not good enough to even play in like rapid. But I think this could be tricky in a blitz, on a blitz level. pawn sacrifice, unsound pawn sacrifice, but tricks and stuff. Alright, anyway, so you transpose to a normal Grunfeld. e4, take, take. He was just testing, Nedog was just testing him. c5, and then white plays bishop c4. What is that? 8 male. Saeed's, Mr. Sir. I don't mind Mr., just don't call me Sir. You know that. He wouldn't call me Sir. So you know, rook b1 and bishop b3 are the main moves. Then there's also the possibility of like h3. I need to go back to the normal database. Yeah, h3. Bishop b5 check, I never really looked at that much. But this bishop c4 is another case of the guy doesn't really know theory. Nedog needs to be incisive. This isn't the bishop c4 variation. His knight is on f3. So I guess we have to consider queen a5. No one has dared to play that. Queen a5 is always bad. Okay, I don't think queen a5 is that good, actually. White could play a sacrifice. Well, white could play bishop d2 if queen a5. I don't know. Check it out. Yeah, I mean, it's playable, but bishop d2 is good enough. Alright, so castles. And now white needs to play h3, or should play h3. And again, if queen a5, bishop d2. He castles. Now queen a5 is still a move, but I think bishop d2 is still a good defense. So you played c takes d4. So I'm a little surprised. I mean, why, Antonio? You're welcome. And by the way, guys, Morales has 500 games against me. Although 2 of the last ones were like simul's that didn't really happen, that got canceled. So I feel kind of bad about it. But just wanted to mention Morales has technically reached the 500 games against me. He's the first player ever on my stream to play 500 games, pretty much like on the stream against me. I think someone has 400. Astrobate has 400. But I don't know. I mean, I need to know. It's a need to know basis. I mean, should we definitely play pawn takes pawn here? It seems like a concession to exchange pawns and release the tension. I mean, your pawn on c5 is bigger than the pawn on c3. It's a 4th rank pawn. 4th rank pawns, they have more, muscles than 3rd rank pawns. It's a meatier pawn than that pawn, essentially. I mean, I don't mean to be like Keith Arkell, where we assign value to every single pawn on the board. We could take this too far, But you understand the principle of the thing. A pawn on the 4th rank is more active than this pawn on the 3rd rank. So now, in general, like, you shouldn't make this exchange unless you got something to show for it. I think there's another side to it as well, that when you make this exchange, you kind of validate the possibility of bishop d2 or b2 being like a reliable way of or good way of protecting his pawn at d4. Because when you have this scenario, going here looks really stupid with the pawn on c3. But after the exchange, putting the bishop on b2 isn't really that bad. So are you getting as much out of it as he is? This exchange probably favors white more than black. Why do we have to make that exchange? Why not keep the tension? So I would argue about trying to find, a superior move like knight c6, queen a5, or or bishop g4, or even theoretically knight d7. Anything that keeps attention. Obviously b6, bishop d5, we got a problem. So that's not happening, although you could preface it with something like queen c7, a slower approach. Anyway, take. Okay, fine. Interestingly here, which I find funny. Okay, look at the database. It's only 11 games, man. And honestly, Kulouts is in there, and Kashian, Antich, but there's nobody great, Kulouts, pretty strong, but still, it's one random game and he drew. And I don't even know who that is. I still don't think the black should exchange here. Take, knight c6. And so bishop b2 becomes a move, which wasn't possible before. He plays bishop e3, and now you play bishop g4. There's no question in my mind that black is okay. But maybe the other variations keeping the tension would have been better. We can't possibly let go of all the possibilities. Sacking the exchange is possible here. So you spoke about Larry Christensen earlier, Nedog. I know you and I both know him well. Larry liked to play the Grunfeld with white, where he would sack the exchange in the main line with bishop taking a1 rook. That's possible here as well. There's some games. This possibility wouldn't exist if there was still a pawn on c3 for white to sacrifice that rook. So I don't know. White has to be careful here. Even this is possible. OBKB. So white plays rook b1. This was the game. So he's going after b7, and you're getting d4. Keep in mind, at the end of the day, there's knight a5, forking your rook and the bishop at c4. Well, Nedog did the in-between capture. He did knight takes d4 here. We're all expecting bishop takes f3. And some guy actually won a game with bishop takes f3. How did he win? Bishop takes f3, queen f3, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, and they transposed to Rovid Kalman game. He's a Hungarian FM. Rovid Kalman couldn't win back in 2002. Well, it's not easy. Opposite color bishops, you're maybe not even winning a pawn here. What about other options? What about bishop takes d4? Is this a crazy idea? Bishop takes d4? To try to play knight versus bishop, even though it's a strong bishop. What exactly does white play now? We're threatening to smash this pawn structure with bishop takes bishop. So if rook takes b7, bishop takes e3. Not to mention the threat of knight a5. I think that white would have to take on d4. Then you would take on f3. Now if he takes back with the queen, you hit him with knight takes d4. White has some compensation. And I don't know if we take with the queen or with the knight. So what do you guys think? Random guy played the bishop takes f3. Kovac Jolt, who I don't know, played knight takes d4. Nedak played what? Knight takes d4. What about my move? Think like Larson. Shit. What does Stockfish say? Oh snap. Oh snap. It's right up there. It's right up there. It's right up there. It's number 1. But there's a variation that's very complex. After bishop takes d4, I think this is what Larson would play. He has bishop h6 and just play with activity. He just like loses the pawn or sacrifices said pawn. No, I mean I think it's like it's dangerous. You know, bishop takes d4. It's active, but it's dangerous. You know, and that's why the other people didn't play it. It's people are lazy. You know, I'm lazy. We're all lazy. You're lazier than we should be. Most people are lazier than they should be. I think bishop takes d4 is one of those moves that's like, it's not worth the headache, you know. I know that I'm least equal after knight takes d4. Let's just do knight takes d4 or bishop takes f3. But, you know, some people, and I think Bent Larson best embodies this, you know, of like famous players. They always want to play the most fighting move, and probably bishop takes d4 keeps the fight in the position the most, because these Grunfelds tend to be like very liquidating and a lot of exchanges and quick draws. I'm afraid after this, like, it's going to be a draw, net up. So knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop takes f3. I mean, this feels very drawish. Somehow, like, okay, black is a little better because I guess, you know, you can put your pawn on e6. And at the end of the day, black doesn't have a weakness on f7 the same way that white has a weakness on f2. White's weakness on f2 is a little more magnified than the weakness on f7. So bishop d5. You see, this Mascara guy actually won after e6. Bishop takes b7. The point is, black is better because that pawn, I mean, this pawn is on e4, this pawn's on e6. And ultimately, that means that f2 is weaker than f7. And it's a very minor difference, but I think that creates chances for white to lose the game that don't exist for black. And probably it should be a draw anyway, but I'm not surprised that white went on to lose the game somehow. If he gets tied down to f2, you know, that's it. It could be a problem. We could lose f2. So after rook b8, well, I mean, it's still possible to play e6. This doesn't really change anything. White played bishop. Oh, he didn't play bishop takes b7. He's got to take this pawn. He doesn't take the pawn. So Kama played bishop takes b7. And later the game ended in a draw, unsurprisingly. Again, I think that black is better. But he was higher rated. You know, he's 2383. I beat him in a game in like 2004, 2005. He's still alive. It's an older FIDE master. But he had a decent rating. He was like IM rating level somehow, even though he was just an FM. So he was a decent player at some point. Bishop takes b7, no. This is just going down a pawn. You know, that's very bad. Queen f4, e6. And by the way, Neta was asking, I'm sorry, Move 11 was asking about like very strong players who are good technically. And I was mentioning like Smyslov, Rubinstein, Schlechter. If anyone has any suggestions, maybe like Floor, Nedog, for example, might be a good choice. You're going to need a very strong technical player to win this, you know, opposite color bishop, one pawn up here. But of course, we will have chances to attack opposite color bishops. Bishop c6 here. That's Acerbate's favorite diagonal. Oh no. So you got him with bishop takes h2. Did you find anything on Nedog? Yeah, the only book I have on floor move 11 is actually in Russian. You know. And I just was looking at it today because you asked me about technical players. I picked it up and my eyes started to hurt. I was like, it's bad enough to even like read. I don't need to like try to read Cyrillic notation. So, yeah, sadly, no, we already, Mr. Slow, I didn't do the whole like context, but we'd already eliminated like, you know, some players he had looked at before. So Botvinnik was already eliminated from the list. Yeah. Botvinnik, Karpov, the obvious suggestions, beyond the obvious suggestions, basically. We went at Ulf Anderson, you know, we eliminated the obvious suggestions. Yeah, Botvinnik, of course, Karpov, these are Petrosian, these are the players we think of first. So, Nedog, you don't have bishop takes h2 check here? What happened to your tactical buzzsaw? Is your buzzsaw, like, functioning? Nedog saw this, but, you know, his keen, you know, self-defense, deleting Fischer. Deleting. Well, he didn't delete Fischer, exactly. Bishop takes h2 check. He still lost. I mean, okay, bishop takes h2 check. Yeah, Petrosian was hard to beat, man. But, I mean, we're talking about trying to find technical players to study that aren't so, maybe, run-of-the-mill. Bishop takes h2 check, king h2, queen d6 check. We win another pawn. What about getting mated? I think Nedog saw through this. It was all a very deep plan to checkmate Nedog. Ultimately, he calculated this and dismissed it. He deleted it as too risky. Easily so. Alright. But anyway, you don't have to go for that. I agree. You're up pawn. Oh, you just took the pawn manually with bishop takes h2. Very good, very good. Probably better not trading the dark square bishop so your king is safe. Actually better. Yeah. You're cleaning 2 pawns up. Alright, I'm going to call the fight here before white gets hurt. Queen c5. I'm saying, like, you know, it's over. He's bleeding all over the place. Nedog, I declare you the winner. Alright, f4 to try to shut it down with e5. It still would be advisable to prevent that if possible, but your position is still so winning and white doesn't have any counterplay. Really ugly. You need like h5, h4. But this guy's just rolling over and dying. Are you sure he was alright? He didn't get into the vodka? Technically speaking, probably this doesn't matter, yeah. You can play check and then, I kind of like check and then bishop f8 is really kind of mean. That's more sadistic, like Mr. Slow would like it. You don't see the guillotine coming. Like on bishop f8, you're kind of like, you know what's going to happen. You know, this is more sneaky. The other way is more sneaky. This way he knows what's going to happen. And he just resigned. Alright, so anyway, we're onward and upward. I'm going to do Sun Prism. Oh god. I thought you said Mr. Shankland. By the way, thank Mr. Shankland for the gifted sub. Guys, we got a couple games left. I'm going to be right back. We're going to take a very short break. BRB. Okay, we're back.
We are back. Oh, hell, we're back.
Olaf. Oh, we listen to rock music. Alright. What's up? We are back. Listening to Bach. Alright. What do we got? Thanks everyone for your support tonight. We've got a couple games left. This is Sung Prism playing the lame G3 with white. Alright. While G3 is particularly effective against A6 Sicilian, in general, okay, no problem. No problem. No, it's a little lame, but alright, I don't mean to be too harsh on you. Everyone's entitled to play the King's Indian attack. There are some questions about what the best move order is. In approaching King's Indian attack, so it looks like D3. I hope I haven't repeated the same game, you mean? Yeah, I hope so. Let's see. Well, we transposed to a normal King's Indian attack, and I'm actually kind of shocked there's as many games as there are here. As I said before, I don't think the Hedgehog is a good way to play against the King's Indian attack. So, Jones, Nakamura, Hikaru Hare Krishna, okay, these are the top games from this position. Ivan Chukakopian, Bologan Panamaria, blah, 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 blah. Some of these games are trash, probably like Blitz games from chess.com, which shouldn't be in the freaking database. This is no place for stupid Blitz games. So I'm pretty suspicious of that top couple. Basim Amin, okay, he's playing the King's Indian attack all the time. But this is not really a reliable way for black to play. I mean, D6 is not a good way to play. Because there's no counterplay for black sides. If you play D6 here, I mean, why is black playing D6 here? You would normally play D5. It's like a French. But with D6, it's like, what is the point? You have no counterplay. D5 puts pressure on white's center. What the heck is D6? You're putting no pressure on white at all. I would think as strong a player as you would understand that. It doesn't put any pressure on white's position. It's just kind of lame. I mean, white is going to play F4, F5 and conduct a kingside attack. When you play D5, you attack white's center. You force him to to take action to defend his E4 pawn. This is a completely different style of play. So D6 I just don't really understand. Castles, Bishop E7 again. Whoever's playing like this with black, it feels to me like a chess.com blitz game rather than a real tournament. Yeah, and I would say white is just better. If you want to play E5, you're a tempo down. If you want to play D5, you're a tempo down. If you want to play any kind of normal setup for black here, you're a tempo down. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, Rook E1. Now you can play the Roy Lopez a tempo down with E5, and that was played in 20 games. But I'd be willing to bet Nakamura Hare Krishna is chess.com garbage blitz game. And, I mean, Amin Kovalenko. These are probably real tournaments. Ivan Chukakopian. I don't know about Jones, Nakamura, but, there's a reason why there's not a lot of games here with good players as black. and white has a good score. So castles, I actually have to wonder about rook e1. Sun Prism. Thinking about the game that I lost back in the 90s where I was black in this, make me really wonder if we should play rook e1. Although I think with my game wasn't the exact same move order. And I'm not certain that my knight was on c6. When I first realized that I didn't like this kind of setup for black, I may have tried to play something like a6, knight d7, but the principle is the same. Whether the knight's on d7 or c6, I still don't think that black has any pressure on the white center, really. Well, I think, all I'm saying is if black castles kingside, you should be able to play directly for a f5 type of attack effectively. Surprising that c4 has a lot of games here with the plus score. That's basically transposing to a weird kind of English. Knight c3 is fine. That's a close Sicilian. Also looks like black setup kind of lame. Knight g5 was played by Morozevich, Chigayev twice. See, this is interesting. This is going after this idea directly. Almost trying to punish black. I was gonna suggest what happened to me in my game was something like knight e1, and white directly played for f4, f5. I think you'd be right to point out that black could self-correct and say, no, I didn't mean it. I'm going to play d5 and try to put pressure on the center. Although, again, he's maybe lost a little bit of time. Same thing against knight g5, though. You'd think black might play d5. There was one game. Yeah, interesting. Dusan against Izsak Gyula, Hungarian Team Championship. Stronger player won, but I'm not sure white necessarily has an advantage here. Okay, it's something to think about. I think the idea there, Morales, is inducing this. I don't know if Chigayev is connected to Morozevich, but that seems like a strange coincidence. And now black played d5 and e5. Notably, no one played g5. I think this is very dubious. Very dubious. So e5, f4. Morozevich taking out a very strong player there in 2016. Croatian number 1 or 2. So, yeah, it's fine. Rook e1, though, not so much about playing for f4. Here you're playing a more traditional. Yeah, you can play knight h3 in the closed Sicilian, Morales, of course. This is more about c3, d4 kind of standard setup. Black plays a6. And now you go d4, and okay, so he's kind of a tempo down. Yeah, not really a great position for black. Netog, you shouldn't exchange pawns here because it'll give me a good square for my knight on c3. But he does it anyway. This isn't Netog, obviously. This is a theme. Alright, pawn takes pawn, and then rook b8. So the question is, how bad is black's position? Because he's essentially wasted time with d6. Now he's avoided playing either e5 or d5. Can he do that forever though? I mean, I think we're threatening like queen e2 and e5. So now black plays knight a5, and I would play e5 if I could. And you can, and if you want to, you can play e5 obviously, and on pawn takes pawn, you take back with the pawn. The problem here is that black could trade queens, though I still think you're better. So what do you guys think? I mean, e5 looks like advantageous space advantage to white. Not to say it's forced. I'm just saying that it's like even in that situation where black could trade queens, it looks like he's worse to me. How seriously is black worse here? I don't know, but it looks pretty serious. I understand he'd not want to exchange pieces. I do too. But I mean, this is like almost +1. So if you don't want to exchange pieces, then I say you play queen e2 and you go for e5. Now maybe black shouldn't exchange pawns. I can't believe another fruit fly. Ah. I guess queen e2. There are other options. b3, idea bishop b2. I'm not in love with it. And then the game continuation. By the way, I don't know that knight a5 is a great move for black. Bishop f4, and now b5. And now he played e5. Well, there he goes. You know, it's happening anyway. But I mean, what was happening here? If black takes, are you taking back with the pawn, or are you taking back with the piece on e5? That's the really big question. What was your intention here? I mean, pawn takes is solid. Clearly, it's like the game, like what we looked at. Would be taking with knight. Well, taking with knight is okay, but it leaves you with an isolated pawn. Not all isolated pawns are good. You know, not all isolated pawns are bad. You know, this particular example, I don't know. I don't really like black having bishop b7, to be honest. Would think that with both my bishops open, it's okay. Well, I mean, that's a very, like, I would say that's an extremely general way to think about the position. This is bishop number 1. It's like a Catalan. You know, if he neutralizes this one, you might have a tactic, but if you don't, I kind of think like black is better. Let's say bishop b7, rook b7. And if you don't have some sort of trick where you can like get a fork here, black's got good blockade of d5 and probably stands pretty well. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it just seems like this is solid. You know, you're better. You have more space. You've got this. I mean, he's probably got to exchange queens, but then you're like fully developed. Black is very passive, and you can just like stick your knight in on d6. I mean, it looks promising for white. You know, you're just better here. Whereas the other line isn't so clear at all. Anyway, after this, he plays passive knight e8. And that's totally viable, but it may not be that great. Now let's see what the computer says. I'm going to predict it says to take, and I'm going to say it probably says you should take back with the pawn. Yes. Ta-da! D takes c5, d takes c5, knight d7. Now interestingly, d takes c5, d takes c5, knight d7, and then queen e2. Just space advantage, bro. Alright. I think if you want to play open positions, maybe you should rethink playing the closed Sicilian / King's Indian attack. e5, but you're just talking about having your bishops open in this position. Okay. Just keep in mind, he's trading one of them off there with bishop b7. Knight e8 is a quite passive reaction. Now, obviously, you can play queen e2, and then he could... Well, I don't know what he would do. I mean, bishop e7 probably. I just want to say that this is a serious thing. The fact is, because he didn't exchange on e5, he's practically begging you to blast him. I just don't know how effective it is. This I like. And I also like this a lot. We're getting in on that bishop there. But things can get complicated. Maybe black plays b4, and then we have to start calculating what the heck is going on. You know, takes, bishop b7. I'm not sure what's going on. So, you played rook c1, which strikes me as this is a fast game. You know, I can tell now. Like you don't, and you've submitted fast games in the past. But I don't need you to show me the time control to know that this is a fast game. Don't tell me it was like correspondence, like 180 plus 90 or something. It had to be a fast game. Rook c1 is very artificial, you know. Feels like a good move you would play in a blitz game, but it doesn't feel incisive, you know. It's like something, okay, that's decent, that's quick. But black plays bishop b7. This is really important, that he neutralizes this diagonal. Queen e2 is fair enough, good. And then you play d5. And this is what... Oh, sorry, he played d5. This seems inconsistent from your opponent. I thought you were going to play d5. In fact, like, you have to consider d5, but it's probably not clear. So, queen e2, and then what? I'm not sure I really like playing bishop e7 and then d5. Seems strange. Like, you played bishop e7 and d5, so your bishop is like blocked on b7. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe he was panicking because he was afraid you would play d5. But I think it's a strange decision. You know, now space advantage up the wazoo. And the fact that there's a half-open c-file here might allow black, you know, the chance to trade some pieces or something. But the fact is, you have this very obvious kingside space advantage and attack on the kingside, more like traditional King's Indian attack, Catalan, closed Catalan. This knight is really sick, man. Like, where is it going? If you take his pawn back, I don't know, you know, if you take his pawn back to b6, I don't know where his knight is going. Like here. There's no b5. He has to play b4, knight c7, knight b5, I guess. And even there, it's not clear it's going to get in the game. The other option is to fianchetto it on g7, which is traditionally very bad. This knight is not good on e8 in this Catalan type position. Now knight c4 doesn't really do much. And frankly, I think your move is fine. I'm not sure if you should do anything. Maybe just continue what you're doing. All right, b3, and then back there, and that's very passive. I mean, I would gravitate with black towards something a little more active, although it doesn't seem to do anything. It's difficult to suggest here. Great idea for black. He just has no space and no counterplay. So you have basically a free kick on the king side. Who was it earlier today? We saw this from someone. Bishop g5 Morales, yeah. Yeah. I mean, certainly, with this pressure here, there's no f6, so bishop g5 is certainly... Me. Wasn't b3 an inaccuracy? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to play b3. But I'm not sure it's necessarily an inaccuracy. But white has a massive advantage here, especially. I mean, I admit that you're right. Like, you weaken the dark squares, but I'm not sure if black can really do anything with it. So it's hard to say if it's an accuracy or not. This knight is not great. The other knight is not great. This is nice, but his position is so uncoordinated that I'm not sure it even really matters. This is definitely surprising. I think this has got to be like... I mean, it seems like you should be focusing on the king side now. By playing a4, you take the game to the queen side, but black should have like at least reasonable resources there. So it feels to me like a4 is like playing on the wrong side. And again, if I were black, I'm not sure I would want to close it up necessarily. But why was black facing like a king side devastation? If there's like a tidal wave coming on the king side, do you really want to lock the queen side to make the king side attack like, you know, something you can't distract from? I mean, I would want to keep the queen side fluid. I would almost certainly take here with black. This seems like a huge mistake. Locking the queen side while white has a free kick on the king side. And now knight a2. But rather than knight a2, not to criticize like every single move you played, but honestly, you have knight b1, knight d2, knight f1, or, you know, knight d1, knight d3, knight f1, or knight g4. So knight d1 looks more logical. The quickest way to get it into a kingside Catalan / King's Indian attack type position. Knight a2 is a different plan where, you know, you could see, I can see this, I can get this, where you're going for a support point on c5, but again, I think you're playing on the wrong side of the board there. But it seems like you made up your mind. You know, you made up your mind you were going to play on the queen side. Or both. And now black finally played f6. And, yeah. I don't know what to recommend, but I'm not sure playing f6 is beneficial for black's health. Although it's hard to say what he should play. Maybe h6 is better than f6. h6. Do you exchange bishops? Probably. And then you have access to this square. Let's say queen takes, and then I can bring the knight back, but like, for example, rook c5, knight d7. My point is, like, I think you should be playing for a kingside attack. You probably shouldn't have even been playing for the c file. But anyway, it's not bad. I mean, f6 and now takes. And now this square is terrible, so he pretty much has to take with the pawn. And then there's this. And you're going to have various means of attacking e6, so fianchetto knight is almost certainly on the way. I expected you to put quick pressure on e6. So bishop h3 looks really strong. You know, so long as he can't come in here and like block your threats. I get it. Maybe he has f5 now. You have knight e5. It's hard for him to protect e6. He has to choose like knight c7, rook e7, or bishop c8, and all of them are really ugly. This is still not a bad move. But this defends e6. So it feels like, you know, you've made your life a little hard. Now your knight has nowhere to go on a2. You're still better. And you got a beautiful square on c5. pinned. And, I mean, dude, I'm taking that knight pretty quickly in this position. There's no way in a million years I'm letting that knight come in into c5. This guy's like out of his mind not to take this knight on d3. I mean, he's still probably worse, but here he probably has chances to survive. Especially because, like, your knight is really out of play. I mean, to not take that knight is crazy, you know. Now it's a very difficult position for black. Unbelievable. He could have gotten rid of that. Yeah, I guess here you made a mistake. Big one, too. This rook c2 is just... You're too obsessed with the c file, it seems like. Maybe come over here and focus on this. On that static weakness. And then you have the knight c1 getting back in the game. I feel like your play was way too c file centric. I see there's stuff here. There's c7, there's the down there. But oftentimes I think some players tend to overvalue open files. Because it's like open file. It's just ground into your head, you know, how important open files are. It's the same thing with people who like are obsessed with isolated pawns being bad. You know, here, like I often say, if there's no entry point along the open file, it doesn't matter. That's why you see a lot of King's Indians where it's open D file, mutually open file. A lot of people like pay too much attention to the open file. No, I mean, I think like we saw at first where you doubled on the c file when you should have been attacking on the king's side. It seemed like to me. You have pretty much a free attack on the king's side. And you went to the c file instead. Now it's like you stay on the c file, but this is like way more pressure to put him. And you would have stopped e5. This is really important. You stop him from playing this active e5. Seems like in the game, he gets in e5. This is the first time, like this whole game, where I'm like, wait a minute, maybe black has a pretty good position. For the first time in the entire game, the center pawns are coming alive. So now I don't know what's happening. These are actually pretty powerful. His rook opened up here. Obviously his king is open, so he has to be careful. But every time we keep looking at the position, it's all I see is that knight on a2, you know. Your knight on a2 is totally out of business. So bishop g5, okay. And now black needs to have a serious talk with himself. Bishop takes... Is bishop takes g5 okay? He played rook g7, allowing you into f6. But instead of doing that, I mean, the first question is like, white threatening anything? What do you menace? As Alex Manea always says. I don't know how you say that in French, but he would probably say it in French because he speaks French. French and Romanian and English. But his French is better than his English, so... What do you menace? Say it like a Frenchman. How would Ratatouille say it? What do you menace? What do you menace? It's like a Mr. Bean. The Mr. Bean, like, art studio episode. You guys know that one? What do you menace? With bishop g5, are you threatening something? Because right now your rook is on c2, your knight is on a2. If he takes, I see what happened. Take, you go in, you start attacking stuff. But that didn't have to happen, you know? What if he's like calm and tries to find like a reasonable move here? By the way, on bishop takes bishop, check, king takes, king h8, I guess you have this. But still, it feels like maybe black is hanging on. Just barely. You also have queen h6, actually. So what's happening here? Not surprisingly, you've got what we see here is a collapse of control on the dark squares in the black position. The situation may be worse for black than it seems. After bishop g5. Maybe this. Maybe rook g7 right away. Not letting you in. But even here you have takes, queen h6, and then he can play this. So maybe he can keep you off. He's got to try to keep you out of the dark squares, essentially. But this just like brings you in, you know, takes here. There is a move, right? I guess rook f5. Oh, that's check, sorry. Yeah, now he has rook g6. I missed it. I missed this. He has rook g6. He missed it too. I got it. Oh, there's another one in my glass, dude. Where are they coming from? Dude, you splattered yourself on the wall. So, what about rook g6? He kicks you back. He's in the game, man. You got to go back to f3. This is a huge blunder by him. It looks like huge blunder. Kind of. Yeah, he hung a piece. Minor. The central pawns start rolling. Well, all right. You know, start rolling. Well, let's not exaggerate. Better to just kick you out of there and play chess. You know, after this, well, yeah, like here maybe. Even so, it's not easy for the central pawn to start rolling, but okay, yeah, he's all right after this. He's got chances. Your knight shouldn't be on a2. But this is fatal. I mean, he's hanging a piece. These are not rolling. They're just sort of... They're not rolling, they're falling forward, you know. Doesn't look too scary. You have control of actually both squares in front of those two pawns. This is black's done. He's done here. There's nothing he can do. You panicked with knight d3. There's literally no reason to do that. I think any kind of sensible move here and it's basically game over. Okay, maybe your move's good though. It's good enough. I guess you thought you had something here, but he's like double protected. I think this move, yeah, this move isn't necessary. You probably do have something, but the best move is probably just knight c1. Now, if bishop f5, I mean, heck, you could just play bishop e4. I don't believe in this at all. Crawling forward at most, yeah, exactly. But after queen b6, knight d3, e4, I mean, they look a little scary, but I still don't really trust them. Could you take on e4? Well, I guess it depends on how much time you and your opponent have at the end of the day when such pawns are coming toward you. After this could get a little scary, I admit. If we don't have an exchange of queens somehow. So I'd rather not have to worry about that business. So after e4, Well, this one, this one is sort of guarded. Knight f4 is solid. And then that one goes forward. But now this is blockaded. The problem is your pieces, your knight is ridiculous. That's your extra piece. Your knight on a2. So now you played this. Maybe better to get behind pawn. So objectively, black to play here. Rook c6. With the idea, and I know this seems a little scary, but can we play d2, rook d6? Behind pawn? Then it's like takes, rook d7. I'm gonna like puke if this wins for black or something, dude. Can you stop that pawn? Oh my god. That would be sick. Wait, doesn't have a check. You're literally up a queen and a knight for a rook in this position. Holy shit. Bro. How do you stop that pawn? Oh my god. This is where you have to like resort to making an illegal move or something. Holy moly. You gotta be kidding me. Wow, it's a draw. You have to let him queen and be down the exchange, and you have a draw. Wow. That's crazy. Seriously, this variation is a draw. Just to prove your point that those pawns could be dangerous. We've proved it here. Wow. So it's not a good idea. I would recommend blockading in passive traditional style with rook d2, and we'll sack a piece if we have to. But you played rook c5. Now there's a new what? Bro. Okay. I mean, now he really has it. Oh my god. You're serious? The guy has d2? Speaking of passed pawns, well, I don't know. I mean, you're going to have to sacrifice something somewhere. He's getting a queen. Is that a problem? Again, it's a draw. Whoa. You have to find rook c1. I couldn't even think of this move. Of course. Wow, we're only down the exchange after that. It's a good thing you have that knight on a2, man. You got a pawn for the exchange and you're slightly worse. Damn, bro, this went completely south. What's unbelievable is the guy didn't see it. How do you play like e4, d3 and miss d2 in this position? Seriously, how do you miss d2? Like, that's a tough move to find, honestly. When you're like down a piece and you're totally desperate. How do you miss that move? Honestly. He just had like a brain fart. He was like, oh, I'll attack the b3 pawn. And I think your first priority should be to get behind his passed pawn. Of course. So in this type of line, takes, now you legit have this, with rook behind passed pawn. In this variation, same thing, takes, knight takes, rook d5, and it's unclear because his pawns are so dangerous, but still, you can always sack your knight and at least draw. Probably. You are up a piece at the end of the day, and his pawn structure is falling now. So you kind of didn't have a sense of danger here. I mean, queen takes a5, again, d2. I don't understand what both you guys were doing here. Both sides seemed like they were playing a bullet game to me. Okay, he targeted b3 and took it, and now he's attacking your knight. But, you know, you have to have something here. You have to have something here. He still has that. He still has this stupid, the crazy d2. You're going to have to sack piece, man. You're going to have to take care of the queen, give him that. And now it's 4 pawns against 3. You're up a pawn. You're up a pawn. You have an outside a pawn. I mean, you're still better. Maybe. Something like queen d4. But, this is ironic. Like, you took with a knight. Now, again, how does one stop d2, d1? I don't understand. It's ironic. Like, you literally, and his bishop's even supporting it. Yeah, this is a queen. It's a miracle if you hang on at that point. Now he finds it. Okay, so what do we have for the queen? Rook d5, knight d5. You played knight f d5. I mean, that seems strange to me. Because I don't know what your knight on b4 is doing. I think your knight on f4 is pretty well placed. It's kind of guarding your king side, but it also kind of threatens to attack his king. So why this knight, you know, when you could use the other knight? Why ask why? It seems more logical to me. What do I know? Okay, knight f d5, queen. And now after king h2, we're down queen for a knight and 2 pawns. So that sounds good. We're only down a queen for a knight and 2 pawns. No big deal. At least he doesn't have, you know, a lot of chances to get a third queen in ensuing play. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, it would have transposed, bishop takes d5. So we have a bishop and 2 pawns for the queen. But the good news is that our king is safe. And one of his queens is under attack. And his king is not that safe. Wow. So he plays queen c2, and then I understand why you submitted this game. It is pretty amazing. Check. And now black needs to give some serious consideration to his options here. He can afford to give back a queen if necessary. Check. King g6, rook d6 check. So I mean, you know, obviously there's a possibility of queen f8, and if queen d5 check, rook f7, rook f8, king f8, with pressure against this guy, you have at least a draw here, obviously. The question is, can you win? I'm sure that black missed some chances, to say the least. But now it looks dangerous. I'm underestimating your chances. Phew, bro. h5. Oh, no way. h5 would be mildly problematic. No? h5 check. Mildly problematic. But you prefer to do things the traditional way. I don't even know if this is a win. Move 11 loves defending with rook against bishop and 3 pawns for a rook or whatever. I have to ask him about his technical approach to this type of position. He likes to play for a win with black here. I'm not really into it. Oh. Wow. So he hung you hung the A pawn. It's probably a draw there. Now it's not so clear. Yeah, you shouldn't fix this on white. It looks like you can move to the queen side. Which you did, nevertheless. And you're winning. What a game. Alright, dude, that was amusing. Next, Mule Skinner. Mule Skinner is next. Saeed's, I don't know, it's getting pretty late here. We'll see if we have time. Pick the second chapter of the study. Okay, add. Oh, sorry. Study, copy. Wait. Copy PGN. Wait. What am I doing? What am I doing? Board editor. Copy from here, open study. Open study. It is open. Alright, chapter PGN. Where is chapter PGN? Where the hell is chapter PGN? Copy PGN. Why isn't it doing anything? Is it like disabled or something? This is the game that made me quit Roy Lopez. Alright, anyway. We'll see if we can figure this out later, but I gotta go soon. Alright, back. Am I on the right board? Alright. If you're first, this is the game that made me quit Roy Lopez. Oh god. When is this from? Made me quit chess. Quit the Roy Lopez with white, that is. How could you quit the Roy Lopez? Oh my god. You know what's horrible? The Italian game. God, I hate the Italian game. You guys can't seriously switch to the Italian game. Please don't switch to the Italian game. Lopez dispenser. Oh, Morales. You're playing a 1400. You play too many low-rated players. This is my most recent over the board game. Jesus Christ. What is your rating? Like 1800? And you're playing a 1497. 1467. This is terrible. The first way, to beat these 1400s is to not play them. Right out the gate. This is... Just avoid playing anyone more than 200 points lower than you. And you can't lose to them. Yeah, Antonio, Antonio switched from Spanish to Italian. Alright, E4, E5, knight f3, blah blah blah. You can't quit the Italian game. So you play uber safe variation here with D3. Nothing can possibly go wrong with that, right? Objectively, you should castle. And I'm not afraid of the open, so you shouldn't be afraid of the open. If they play bishop e7, you play rook e1, and if you're afraid of the marshal, you're not alone. But I think the best thing to do is b5, bishop b3, and if they castle, if they play d6, you play normal lines. If they castle and they're threatening to play the marshal, then play h3. Probably this is the best. You can also play, you can also play the d3 here. But what I'm saying is, I don't think you have to necessarily play. I don't see any reason to avoid the open Spanish. And objectively, we don't need to play d3 this early. It's a little bit, mild. But it's fine, okay. D3, B5, bishop B3. This is no reason to quit the Spanish. And now you play to A4. But I'm not familiar with this. You know, I think I lost against Mr. Slow in something like this. Drink Italian wine. But don't play the Italian. I like Spanish and Italian wine, but I don't play the Italian. With wine, they're both good. But in terms of chess openings, the Italian is just not... It's just not as cool as the Spanish. It's more complex. Spanish is more complex. Maybe in wines, too. I'll be honest, okay. Spanish have better wines, too. Alright, bishop e7, a4, b4. That's how I lost to Mr. Slow. I did like rook b8 or something in a similar line. b4, castles, castles, and then a5. I mean, dude. This is not the safest move, but okay, you know what you're doing. And now black played d6. Well, there's not a lot of games here. Okay, knight on bd2. I don't know how you lost with white here. Let's see. Bishop g4. This is a very safe variation. What is that? Oh my god, Sipidov. Sipidov plays chess. I thought he was a tennis player. Sipidov. Sipidopoulos. Is he Greek or is he Russian? Sipidopoulos. But bishop g4, man, this doesn't look right. Kobalia versus Sipidov. Oh no, you played g4. The first rule is not to, get overconfident. h3, bishop h5. First of all, I'm not sure. Of course, he played better than his rating. He's a kid and he's rated 1400. And the FIDE rating system is a joke. I had some games recently in similar positions. Yeah, the problem is knight d4 is a threat, so you cannot allow knight d4. Alternatively, it looks like it's plausible to play c3, but let's play h3 first. And now I'm not sure. But you know what? You've got a Kabalia game, Artemiev game, and Sergei Grigorian's here. You're in very good place in the opening. Bishop h5. Now, I'm not that excited about playing g4, honestly. I want to know what Kabalia played. Do you guys think he played g4 or c3? You have a let's say 50% chance of guessing if you guess Kabalia played c3 or g4. Well, I mean, yeah, dude, g4, it's like, I know some players who would never play that move because they're fearful. But I just don't see why we have to do it necessarily right away. It's probably fine, to be honest. But alright, I mean, I get it. Is he threatening anything though? I mean, is he threatening knight d7? Because if you play c3, let me turn off the database. Just say you play c3, right? And he goes here. What's he supposed to... He's maneuvering this. You have bishop d5. So he's not even threatening that. He's not even threatening anything. He doesn't have a maneuver to break the bishop out. So essentially, if you play c3, I mean, I think black's best move might be... I don't know. I mean, this doesn't look right. Then you might have g4. Rook b8. Rook e8, which looks kind of weird too. I like c3 better. You may or may not play g4 in the upcoming play, but what's he gonna do? Like king h8 and turn into Mamedyarov with like g5? If you have to, then fine, you'll play g4, but it's a little early. Okay, so let's see what happened here. I just think it could be a little risky. So Kabalia played c3. It's funny, I was thinking about queen c8. Bogdanovich versus Korobov. Whoa. So we transpose to another game with a good player as black. BC, and d5 was played by this chick. It was Korobov played queen c8. Pretty solid move. Discouraging g4, obviously. That's an argument for your continuation, by the way. It's an old game. It's not an old game. It's the most recent game. You never played g4 before in your life. So, Gregorian's played it looks like. No, this guy. Noah Fucker. Noah Fucker, sorry. Fecker. I need glasses. That's rough. That's a rough name. So the point is, I think Korobov has a point. Like when you play c3, he's chopping and then playing queen c8, and he's essentially like maybe preventing g4. I'm not sure if he's actually preventing it. Like White could possibly play g4 here. It's equal. The knight sack. Wow, that's crazy. Knight takes g4. Bishop d5. Skinner saw that, obviously. A little dangerous. So queen c8 has its points. But let's see. Okay, g4 looks okay. Wow, dude. This dude's opponent was rated 2093, and he sacked his knight on g4. That's where I'm like face palming myself. I had a game a couple years ago where a guy like sacked the piece on g4 and I failed to win. I wanted to kill myself. But like the worst possible thing that could happen is that the game ended in a draw. Like there's no way that White loses here. But this guy won. Understandably, this is completely unsound. Don't tell me your opponent did that. No, I mean, this is crazy. You don't have enough compensation for sacking a knight on g4. Give me a match with this 2093 who sacks his pieces for 2 pawns. I bet I'll win like 60% of the time. I'll gain a rating point every 5 games or something. My fear was never the knight sack. My fear is like long-term weakening of your king side. Just so you know. Yeah, I mean, I just assumed your opponent would play bishop g6. And I'm sure you did hope for a sack. I don't think a sack would be sound. Now you played knight c4, but I'm not sure. I think you need to consider all your options here. All hands on board with this g4 type of thing. This d5, d5 could open it up if you're not careful. I mean, knight c4 does make sense, though. You're on e5. I guess the question would be, like, can he go ahead and bust this anyway? Really, it looks pretty dubious, right? But maybe he could sack a pawn, man, It's certainly not that far from some gambits in the Spanish. I would be concerned mostly about that. So what if you just take a time out here and chill and play like rook e1 and consider the possibility of adding additional pressure here and maybe delaying knight c4 or even considering the other possibility of knight f1. I think this... I mean, of course black can play like h5. my favorite Bella Langell plan. But it's going to be dangerous for both sides. Or just h6 and knight h7. So I think rook e1 is interesting. All right, knight c4 and then this. And this move is really, really, really weird. If he wasn't in trouble, already, now he definitely is. Because that's really far out. I'm all for like queen b8 and queen a7 and the Kraken or whatever, but I mean this position, I have no idea what black is doing, seriously. I don't see that being a good move. The Korobov queen c8 makes kind of more sense, honestly. If you're going to move the queen anywhere. I could see putting it on c8, and looking at this and rook b8 on the b file, but queen b8 is just like, what? The only positive of this move is that maybe it gives him knight d8, knight e6, something to control some squares. Now you played knight h4. I mean, honestly, Mule Skinner, I don't know how your time was, but I mean, if you lost this game, it's almost 100% due to sort of disrespect / underestimating your opponent. You cannot underestimate anybody, especially today, where we're constantly hearing about people who are underrated. But I mean, knight h4, of course it's a natural move, but you're leaving d4 wide open. And you still might have a fine position, but again, there's lots of moves you could play here. Queen b8 is like inane. Honestly, this move is really bad. He's just kind of leaving the center. What if you just played this? I guess his plan is to play queen b5 to attack your pawn. I mean, but it's sort of insane. I really don't buy this, not even for like a half second. If you just keep control of the center, I think you have like a huge advantage. But he plays queen b8 and then you went off sides with knight h4. You're practically begging him to play knight d4 now. And now I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you're still better. But I don't love letting him in here. Knight takes g6, and then he does what? Wow, f takes. Okay, he's not afraid of discoveries because you have a capture. But I'm still actually not sure what the hell's going on. After f takes g6, this is totally insane. Knight takes here, check. Knight takes b3, knight c6, forking his pieces. He moves the queen. We take here, black takes, and then we take back, and you're up a pawn. It's not a great pawn. Even this position is better for white, though. Probably. Though it's not the cleanest. But that's an insane move. And now you played bishop a2. And then he plays king h8, and then you played c3, and he plays nothing tricky like b3. He just goes back. And now your a5 pawn is hanging. You played knight e3, and he took your pawn. Because he's materialistic. Now, what happens if bishop d5? I just want to say, like, by the way, his king is safe and your king is a little bit open. But there's nothing that he can do about it yet. Now you went even further. But I mean, f takes no respect. But you also, like, you're playing g5 here. I mean, this is really... What about something like this? c6, rook takes a5, pawn takes d5, knight takes d5. Well, I don't think it's a question of respect. I think he's just like most people I play online. He's utterly, like, clueless and fearless, and he has zero fear. because he doesn't know any better. But it's not really like a question of respect, although I feel that sometimes. So do you win material here with g5? He doesn't have like b3. b3, bishop b1, you win a piece. So now you took there. Bishop d5 isn't good enough. Though this looks pretty good too. He has knight b7. But you're kingside. So here he doesn't go for the queen takes b4, falling for the trap. He plays knight c6, now you go here. And now what? He makes a good practical decision. So at the end of the day, he has his pieces sort of hovering around your king. And you're probably getting a time pressure, and your h3 pawn is really weak. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're still winning, but you're going to have to be accurate. So you play knight d5. What about knight f5? Damn, you get smoked with that. If knight f5, you get smoked by rook takes f5, and this guy's on the diagonal. So you play knight d5, and then queen c8, zoning in on your king. Well, I think at some point you just weren't playing chess in this game. You expected the guy to just roll over and die. Now here, check. Phew. And rook f3. And he's probably good at basic checkmates. So it looks like you're done. But I mean, the question you might ask yourself is where did this all go off the rails? You know, I feel like you became a little bit materialistic. I mean, I still think your big mistake was you really went too far by playing g5. Ultimately, you disrespected the safety of your king. You're better, but I'm not sure you're necessarily winning in this position. But you do have some other options. Bishop d5. I mean, if we take this position, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, you're down a pawn, you sacrificed, you lost the pawn, say. But I mean, again, yeah, very shocking move. I mean, f takes g6. This is unbelievable, I admit, you know, here. Unbelievable move. I'm not sure if you should play c3 or not. I mean, bishop a2, sorry. At the end of the day. But I'm pretty certain that this allowing him to come into d4 was a bad decision. I mean, his bishop is totally shut out of play. Let's think about this logically. You know, he misplaced his bishop. He has weaknesses on the white squares, kind of across the board. And that's why bishop g4 is bad. But I guess here, you know, is where you have to watch for d5, right? But I'm telling you, queen b8, it was a really bad move. I don't know what he was doing. I mean, this stupid materialistic queen b5 idea. Was he thinking that he's active if you play c3? Like it was a rook or something? That's an asset? But I think here we see something very distinct. Like you go out on the side of the board with your knight to chase his bishop that's shut out of play. Though that's a natural maneuver, in the process you're leaving d4 open, and he takes your good bishop. You're losing a good bishop that's not really out of play, and getting rid of his crappy bishop that's shut out of play on g6. You know, I think you're trading bishops almost, and you're trying to keep it, but in order to keep it, You had to play a little awkwardly. But this is a shocking continuation. Takes, here. Here. But even so, I think you're still better. What about this position? You probably have like a million moves in this position. Can I ask a stupid question? You played 93 now. But what about something sensible? Like bishop b3. You defend a5. I guess our fear is that he has this opening up the game. But it's not clear. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes e5. Just one variation. This is obviously better than what happened in the game. You're more or less up a pawn here. I don't think he has anything great. I think the point is you weren't careful. This was kind of careless, like just giving him the pawn on a5, and then g5 was almost like doubling down. You're like, whatever, I'm just going to kill this guy. And now on this, you're underestimating the danger. And this also breaks your structure. You're kind of assuming he's going to just commit suicide and play queen takes b4. But he instead like makes a very logical move with knight there, underestimating his capabilities. But should you even take on b4? You know? Another move that's really ugly, but knight g2. That would be like last resort. But I would play it if I had to. Here you're worse. So you're already worse. Wow. I mean, okay. You had to play c takes b4, and then knight c6, and now bishop d5, and now knight d4. And to give this guy credit, he played really well from that position onward. He really played well. Sacking this exchange was beautiful, and he's got you on the rail. But I think that g5 pushed the envelope too far. You know, I mean, you clearly didn't know your limits, and you courted danger too much here. And then it completely came apart. This is like, maybe you're okay, but you have to be very, very careful now. This is a huge threat. So what do we do? Like knight g4? Probably knight g4. If you know, the first step is admitting you have a problem, right? All right. Anyway, yeah. I think you can hold on, but the computer pointed out like you're not better. After this, it looks very bad. And clearly this kid is good at basic tactics, and you're lost. I think you're lost anyway. You had to sack your queen there. Yeah, it looks bad. Alright. Alright, this was move 11. He said move 18. I thought you said move 11. Move 11, move 18. From move 18. Tentacle rook endgame. Sarich Korbov. Guess the opening. Sicilian. I guessed correctly. Sicilian Taimanov. Can we see from Black's perspective? Yeah, you can flip the board. No, I'm just kidding. Alright. I knew it was Sicilian Taimanov. I was like, how is this a Sicilian, but there's a pawn on c6? That's weird. So that pawn took back from d7 on c6. So Korbov won Well, Korbav's been strong lately. He's like Ukrainian. He's playing in the Challengers. That's over by now. Tata Challengers. It was nice they invited him. He had a really good run in the European Championship, but like ultimately fell short. He has crazy hair. That's about all I know. He's got the craziest hair. Alright, but anyway, like Saric is the number one from Croatia. So enough about the players. It's a rook ending out of the opening. White is really good score here. We're looking from black's perspective. Even material, white has control of the open file, and his king is closer to the center, but a worse structure, theoretically, with the isolated pawn on e4. White has queenside majority, 3 against 2. The pawn on e4 is, interesting that pawn could be attacked by rook a4. But someone played that. Oh my god. Wow. That's disturbing. Someone actually played rook a4. I thought I'm out of my mind to even consider that move. I mean, rook a4, rook c6, rook e4, rook takes b6, and white has 3 connected passed pawns. My first idea was, okay, what happens if rook a4? My second idea was, it's insane, because like we get one pawn, white gets 2, but he has 3 connected passed pawns. I mean, that has to be winning. I understand that black has 4 on 2 on the king side, but I'm still like 3 connected passed pawns, and white's king is pretty active. It just, I see rook c8 was played in this game, and it's passive. But, I mean, our other option is c5 or b5. c5 or b5. c5 hasn't been played. Black's king can actually enter the game pretty quickly, if you think about it, with g5. g5, king g7, king f6, king e5. But I don't think that there's any option here of losing this pawn. So rook a4 looks insane. That was played in one game, and black lost. I'm gonna guess it's this last game. Game 2 is clearly a correspondence game, by the way. That's interesting. Game 2 was played in 2011. Correspondence game, and black held a draw. The computer held a draw. So, draw held with passive defense by computer. Whereas Korobov loses to Saric. Rook a4 is insane. I mean, there's no way Libojevic played that, right? Oh. Move 11. There's no way that Smades played rook a4 because he was white. So, I would say it's likely that Libojevic played it. More likely. Do you think Smades... Maybe Libojevic asked him to play the moves on the board because his arm hurt or something like that. More likely, Libojevic played it. Alright. Move 11 always gets these things reversed. Because we turn the board around. He thinks it's the other way. Did turning the board around confuse you? That's alright, man. They didn't turn the names around. Just turn the board around, not the names. No, Libojevic is old, dude. I mean, he's old. He was old a long time ago. His rating must have been in the cryo freeze with Maxim Dlugy. He's a lot older than Maxim Dlugy, and he's still 2,500 in 2009. Yeah, but I mean, rook a4 is insane. You can dismiss this pretty quickly. I mean, rook takes b6. Come on, bro. I mean, white has 3 connected passed pawns. I get that we're playing rook e2, but it shouldn't be enough. Now this is interesting though. This is interesting. This is instructive. So Smates doesn't care about the pawn. He says, I have 3 connected passed pawns. My pawns are faster than your pawns. He doesn't screw around with like rook g1. He just gives it up. Okay, anyway, I think this is easy to dismiss. That's insanely, like, insane. There's no way. The question is, should we play rook c8 or move a pawn to b5 or c5? No one played c5. Now, what does everybody have against c5? They like b5 better. But why? Why is b5 better than c5? Maybe because b5 contains a sort of pseudo threat. You know, when you play b5, you're threatening b4. Again, pseudo, quote unquote, pseudo threat. c5 contains no threats. b5, it's like if white does something random like h3, we could play b4. And if he takes, we have rook a1 check with eager rook. You know, I don't know. So I have no idea what Bijak is talking about. He just interrupts our analysis. I'm still live. LOL. Why is there a game still? Wait, why is there a game still? This is the last one. I think there's another point. Like with b5, if we trade this for this, maybe this is kind of exaggerated, but yeah, I kind of want to ask the question if White's next move is rook e1. I mean, I don't know about that, but these are not high-rated players. I don't know who that is even. I don't trust random chicks I never met who were 2397. They're probably overrated. But b5, rook e1 seems like she wants to come up here, I guess. I guess this is as normal as any other move. I'm not sure what look, b5 looks reasonable to me. I guess I like b5 better than rook c8. I need a reason to not like b5. I mean, weaken squares. It weakens the c5 square. Is the white king going to like walk up here into c5? Then I like rook c8 better. I mean, rook c8 also frees this rook, whereas b5 doesn't. But b5 could also, you know, be better than c5, because if this drops, it's still stopping both the a and the c pawns. I think the main thing is that rook c8 frees the other rook. Although, yeah, I think it frees the rook, you know, to go to a4. Whereas b5 doesn't, you know. Or does it? Maybe it does. So let's say, well, after her move, it doesn't, you know. Black ends up playing e5. He plays rook c8. I think it's very hard to choose a move. It's the less weakening of the two. Saric plays rook d1. And then black played h5. And this is an interesting move by Korobov. But you know what? I mean, is it a coincidence that Korobov... Let me just ask you a question, guys. Is it a coincidence that Korobov played h5, which was the exact same move played in a random correspondence game in 2011? Let's just admit the truth here. Korobov saw this in the opening explorer in the opening database. I mean, it's possible it's a coincidence, but come on, it is clearly a tournament, clearly that game, and all the top players study correspondence base. It's very important. Practically, this guy is already prepared to play h5 before the game even began. I would almost guarantee it. So h5 is a smart move. With g5, I think he gets stuck a lot of cases with g4. With h5, we've got a chance to do like h5 and g5, and then get the king up and get the king up and get all the pawns moving. The obvious objection to h5 would be like h4, I would think. If I get in g5, I feel like I'm in good shape. I'm getting my pawns moving. So I would think White would opt for something like h4. To slow it down, possibly. But I still think we're still in book. Both sides are still in book at this point. Home prep. And at this point, probably though Sarich was more likely to be playing on his own, I think h5 feels like home prep. And the computer guy played this. And Black drew, which is very impressive. Rook d3 defending the a3 pawn. Rook a4, b4. And c5 with active counterplay. Wow, guys. Rook takes b6. C takes b4. A takes b4. Rook a2. Oh my god. OMG active counterplay. Rook d2. Rook c4. Get my computer out. e5, rook a7. You're going to need a computer to draw this, man. I'm not sure any human grandmaster is going to save this. It's really, really hard for black. And I think it took a computer to hold the draw. But Sarich played the other way. He brought his king up. What does the computer think of this? Rook d3 is clearly the best move. Not even close. It's not even close. So this is actually a mistake, although a very natural human move. And now Sarich and Korobov played king h7 when I expected g5. Alright, Bijak, get another drink. Go get another drink. You might want to get another beer. And then we'll have a drunk commentator making stupid comments. Sorry for having actual chess in the chess stream. I'm surprised by king h7. I really thought we would see g5. Honestly, I don't know what the problem is. What was the point of it? Really, he just never wanted to play g5. Wow. I must have misunderstood Korobov's plan. Wow, and the engine just... Wow. The engine likes my move better than his move. He played king h7. Yeah, I mean, I thought that g5 was the idea here. Antonio, thanks for joining us. So this is weird, I mean, like, your king would be better on g7. He must have been worried about his f7. The computer points this out, so I think, honestly, move 11... Korobov played fine, but White not being a computer made an inaccuracy, and now king h7 is an inaccuracy, but I think a weird inaccuracy, Was he afraid if g5, like f7, would come under threat by the two rooks? And so He was afraid to play g5. And if so, he could have played rook c7 as well, which is a tough defensive move to find, but also kind of logical, and I think findable. So king h7 slow, and I mean that's one further square away from the center for black. King e3 and then king g6. He was afraid to play g5, but like what the heck, you know? What the heck have we achieved now? You know, we didn't really get our king side moving. We won our pawn on g5. If we get our pawn on g5, we get our king side majority moving. Korobov blocked his own pawn majority, and his king's on g6 now. You know, this isn't great. Rook d7, rook a5, okay. Rook b7, and then rook c5, c3, b5. So now white's going to double down on the 7th. Rook d7. And white's very active. So much for our kingside majority activating. White centralized his king, got his rooks doubled on the 7th, and black hasn't done shit, you know, except put his rook like randomly on c5. This was a disaster, what happened here. And now he plays h4. So I guess Saric is good at rooking games. I'm not so sure about Korobov. Now king f6, threatening what exactly? Possible king e5, rook c4? So maybe we still have a chance. Here, and now he played g5. Covered by the rook. He's going to play g5 now and take back with the rook. b4. Oh no. And that's awkward. So now, the problem is if we play rook e5 to keep this protected, then our c6 pawn is going to be a problem. So now he goes here. So I'm thinking the thing's going to get kind of crazy now, but maybe black's getting kind of desperate. H takes g5 check. Wow, king e5. So he now dropped g5, f7's falling. But white has a really nasty move. Raw. He plays a4, creating essentially like what could be a protected pass pawn out on a5. Rook takes e4 forced. And I'm not sure if black has any threats here, but it looks to me like white can just take on b5 and have two connectors and be winning. So a takes b5, c takes b5, and then, you know, he could just take here on b5 with check, and it looks like a winning position. But he plays an even more brutal move, g3. threatening to mate him with rook takes b5 check. This is really embarrassing. At least I'm not the only one who like brutally misplays rook in games and gets roasted. This is a disaster. Black's just lost. No, he got really like brutalized here. Surprisingly, he doesn't take on b5 with check because of e5, I guess. So he goes here now. Check, check, check. 3 isolated pawns. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little isolated pawns. Here, very patient. And now, oops. Oh, I can't take the g pawn. Oh, man. Yeah, this was just humiliating. This is bad, dude. He got wrecked in this endgame. Totally wrecked. And what's going on here? Why did we play this? We had to? Just to illustrate, you know, this is the #1 way rooking games are decided. So those two connected pass pawns are way stronger than the isolated pawns. But I think like black was lost like pretty quickly after king h7, etc. Damn, it's amazing how far this went. Yeah. He's even like kind of being mean now. Wow. Oh, and it went to the queen versus rook ending. Unbelievable. That seems almost weird. Was it really necessary to let this go to queen versus rook? It's like he was trying to torture him or something. And this is covered. And this is covered. Look, Ma, there's no checks. And now we're mating you with queen a2 or winning your rook. Humans, including me, are not very good at defending with rook against queen, but computers are tougher. You know, I'd like to see him have to beat an engine. Probably can. But I don't think the technique in this ending is that easy to learn. Alright, I gotta go, guys. It's late. Sides. Please pick second chapter of the study. I tried. Alright, let's just look at it quickly. Let's look at it quickly. We're white. So, okay, standard B3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that C4 is the most it's the most dynamic. There's nothing wrong with bishop B5 check. But you got a Bogo style. You get a kind of Bogo style position after bishop D7. So I think, you know, this I like the best, like C4. You can also play G3. And now, okay, it's a Bogo reversed. I suppose it's conceivable to play like A4. You could also play bishop back to E2, but I don't think that's that appropriate here. It is the most common move, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what we really gained, you know, by playing bishop E5 check, bishop D7. I mean, white really gained something there. It seems strange to me. I feel like bishop takes D7 is probably more normal. What did we gain with this? Essentially, what is white really gained? I mean, black's gonna play knight C6. He doesn't play knight C6 though. That might be a mistake. So here, I mean, wouldn't Jim Plaskett had this once in 1983, making D4 less practical for black. Okay, but I mean, maybe this move is worth considering. It's something special. Wow. The engine actually thinks black is better after this. I don't know, man. I mean, really? Knight D7, Queen D7, black is better? That seems kind of insane. I'm surprised, honestly. I like C4 though. Yeah, the way you played it, that seems to be the point. I agree that taking away this D4. But I mean, bishop D6 seems weird. It feels like, why not play knight C6? This is good. And then, it's a normal sort of black position with an extra move. So, okay. Someone took with a knight here. Lukács. Or Van Scheltinga. Van Scheltinga took with the knight. I mean, Lukács is a theoretician. So I would trust his decision here more. He's a grandmaster, you know. But it's still nothing dangerous. Now your plan is to play D4. And that's what Peter did. I mean, Winance was white. So Winance versus Lucaccia, d4, and then black plays a really weird move now, b6 in your game. So c takes d4 transposes to a normal sort of Panov attack, by the way, or semi-Tarash. Absolutely c takes d4. The only other option... I don't like any of black, so there's other options. Definitely c takes d4. I don't understand why anyone would play any other move in this position. I don't see any other move making sense. Maybe bishop g4? But bishop g4 transposes to something. That's the only other move I would seriously consider here. Black has like lost every game from that position. Neto, what's up? So this is definitely the right move. C takes d4, knight takes d4, and it's a reverse. It's a reverse Panov or semi-Tarash. But this is just weird. So he's trying to maintain like these hanging pawns, but this creates weaknesses over here, and I don't think that's the biggest problem. The bigger problem is this is unprotected. You've got pressure down the line. There are even variations where you can snap the knight on f6 to undermine his central pawn on d5. So b6 is really bad. The question is, what should you do? Should you take right away on c5 or play, to put more pressure on his center? It looks good what you did, knight c3. This is an important move because on d2 it's notoriously bad. Vyshevsky talked about this in The Art of Positional Play. The knight on d7 has no ability to put pressure on the enemy hanging pawns. So you need it on c3 to go possibly to a4. The only thing about this position... Okay, from c3, your knight can't maneuver toward the king side like I did at the World Senior, but it's not necessary. So, I don't know, he just weakened his queen side with b6. What should he do? Take probably anyway. He should just take anyway, and you have to take with the knight. But this b6 serves nothing but weakening his position. So, I don't know what he's supposed to do here. He plays this. And now... Well, obviously, this type of standard semi-Tarash plan, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. And now black plays rook c8. And then there's a big problem with that white square. The b6 was totally unnecessary. So the question is, if we put our knight on the side of the board, does it get out of play and it causes some kind of problem? Because black can plant his knight on e4, sorry. Your bishop is a little bit passive on e2. There just aren't that many plants here. I mean, bishop a6, rook c7, knight b5 is tempting, actually. So probably if you were to go bishop a6, he should not play rook c7, but instead put his rook on b8 and just suck it up, and your bishop ends up out of play. Not sure this is that good. He can go back here. Pawn takes pawn. There's something artificial about that bishop on a6. tempting to play bishop a6, but it doesn't feel right. So, okay, you took on c5. And now he could take with the bishop, I guess. And, I mean, I would think this is an option for black. Not a great one, but an option nevertheless. That might be better than what happened. I don't know, though. We'll see. Okay, so take here. Now your knight is stuck on the side of the board, but you've got bishop a3. His pawn is hard to hold. Now I do feel like you upgraded his b6 pawn, though. In a way. You know, it's possible this is a mistake. I mean, what if you tried to do the same thing without exchanging? Well, 0 advantage. Black has c4. Yeah, he'll never really have c4 if you exchange first, or not as effectively. You know, bishop a6 is interesting, though. Computer wants to play it. The computer wants to play one of these weird moves, you know, going off piste. This obviously, you know, my reluctance is bishop e7, and so pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, rook takes c5. Sorry, I'm just on the verge of sneezing. I think you got to consider, you know, Dosidmirsky. Rubinstein-Dosidmirsky style, you know, where black might have to accept this type of thing. It's better than the lesser of the evils, better than losing a pawn. It's a tough decision for white here. But my only question is, like, after this, maybe you kind of justified the whole b6 thing. This is the best his position has been, like, the whole game, essentially. Because now, you know, his b pawn is upgraded to c5. It almost looks like it made sense. Although the next move is unbelievable. How could black have time to play knight b8? My god. Although maybe he doesn't have many options. How can that possibly work? You have bishop e5. This is interesting. You know, go after his... I know it's a tremendously strong piece, but go after the defender of c5. There are also tactics based on e4 in some positions in these type of structures. You know, b4 also. I mean, you got to look for these structural breaks against the hanging pawns in some cases. But I think your move, obviously the most natural, but not necessarily the best. He's coming with knight d7. This is also, you know, this also kills any attacking chance. He has his pieces like pointed at your king side in a kind of semi-tower situation, where oftentimes black gets an attack on the king side. If you play bishop e5, I think trading pieces benefits white. You know, the hanging pawns are a static weakness. If you trade pieces, I think it benefits you more than him. So this kind of calms the game down, reduces attacking chances on the king side, and you have a better structure. Bishop a3, knight of bd7. Now, you have this. The threat is what? Here? Do we have a threat? I don't think that knight c6 is a big deal. So, and also he has some pressure on the king side. The bigger threat seems to be knight b5. What about rook e8? Doesn't really want to take his rook off that square, but what's black supposed to play? Something else. Queen a5. I mean, maybe here. Is this crazy? Something like queen a5. And if knight b5, I'm just pulling the bishop back to b8. You're taking my pawn. And you're winning my pawn on c5. So on knight to b5, I have to go back to here. But actually, maybe that's okay. So I don't know about this, though. Queen e7 looks kind of weird. It looks like now, if you get his extra bishop, he's in deep shit. What about knight b5? I mean, what if we get his extra bishop? Isn't black in trouble? Are you telling me he can, like, move his bishop? It's no big deal? This is like, wow, you're just asking for it. You know, it's like, queen d4 almost works. Unbelievable if that works. Unbelievable. Queen d4. Knight e4. He just keeps defending. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe he got away with that. I wouldn't have played queen e7. And now you played bishop a6. Okay, now his queen is... Yeah, his queen has no moves. I mean, that's the problem, right? It go here or something, and his queen has one square. Look at his pieces. It's like, dude, look at the pieces. It's a Saji square. How's his Saji square? Saji square is this. Where's Mr. Coffee? Look at white's Saji square versus black's Saji square. This is the biggest differential in Saji squares I ever saw, dude. That's insane. His pieces are in a little compartment. His queen literally has nowhere to move, you know. Well, as long as your bishop's here, you're okay, but... I'm sorry. Oh, I hate that button. God damn it. Hey, guys. I gotta go soon. But anyway, interesting structure. I like the hanging pawn structure. I don't trust queen e7. But at some point... Whoa. What happened? Your opponent wasn't a computer by any chance, was he? First... Yeah. Wow, he sacked the exchange for pressure and attacking on the king's side. This is a really nice idea. But I still think, like, I would have been targeting that bishop on d6. This is very interesting. The computer wants to buy the bishop. This is a solid choice. Buy a vowel. And then black feels safer to take with the pawn, honestly, but... Yeah, okay. The computer's right, ultimately. Like, this doesn't seem to pan out. You have to bite the bullet and take his bishop and play with a very small edge on the white squares. It's not great. Not as great as it feels like it should have been. So ultimately you chose a kind of like artificial plan, giving him this tactical chance. And he's really strong to find that. And so basically he got like a ton of play. 2 pawns and a knight for the exchange, and your king is really unsafe. That was a great decision by black. And now you have to be super careful because he does have enough compensation. And you can't simply sack back. You did. And that's what you did. Yeah, you're lucky that you can do this so easily. It's very convenient, you know. If you try to play for a win, I mean, dude, the pawns are coming. So it's like funny, almost like you're lucky you had this to kind of bail out. So otherwise you were really facing a very strong initiative from black. And Well, despite his, I don't think his isolated pawn is like bad. Your king is less safe here than black's, and exchanging on e6 is going to open up the f file. So now you have to be really careful again. Yeah, this guy legit seemed pretty strong. Because you're both underrated. Your bishop practically trapped. Do you have... Wow. I mean, how do you save that? You have knight c5? What's wrong with knight c5? Yeah. Well, it's the only move. And now he has some weird tactics. Queen b6. What do you do? You're lucky if you're not lost there. What? Here. Man, you have this and you're hanging on. Maybe you're even better in the final position. There's a lot of craziness. He blunders. He misses his chance, and now, yeah, I mean, technically you could be better, but you really need the queens off the board. It's going to be hard with the queens on the board. You know, he's not really worse with the queens on the board. Even though you have queenside majority, your king is too open. You know, this diagonal, this coming in here on h3. If you were to trade queens somehow, you have chances to win, like a Rubinstein style endgame. Yeah, this guy played pretty well. I mean, black's like pushing, but he's not really better. I think like I'd rather be white here, but you still have to be careful. Queen c3, and then h4. Again, you want to try to trade queens if you can. He allowed queen c8 check. That doesn't work. Queen c7. Yes. Yes. Great move. Trading queens and you're slightly better. Although it's still maybe a draw. And you did. And you did get down there on the 7th. g6. g6 is probably not great. This guy needs to know what he's doing. Trade pawns. Play g5 probably. Well, he can't, though. Oh, shit, he's getting back rank mated. Oh, man. Okay, he should trade pawns and play g5, but he can't because his a7 pawn's hanging. Oh, my God. But his a7 pawn is just hanging. What's he going to do? So a6, rook a7, he's losing the a pawn. And now he's probably lost. Well, once you trade queens, I think he's like virtually lost. The two pawns. Yeah, and then it's all rooking is the two connected pass pawns are lost. But should you advance these pawns together? It doesn't matter because you're threatening what? Check and b7. He has rook b4 here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter ultimately. But maybe it would be, like, safer to play a4. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. They're both good. But now we've got to get a6. It's fine, though. I mean, his pawn's not going anywhere without his king. And this move is really strange. You played h3. Dude, you really don't have time for that. You do not have time for that. I mean, a5, king e5, a6, king d4, you know, rook b8, rook 8, and you're just winning. You're just winning by one tempo. Right? Yeah. There's no time for h3. h3 is crazy. That's just a massive loss of time. Oh, so you had rook b5. I didn't see this. Okay. So it was like a trick. I see, I see. So you're just playing for kind of a trick. I see. Uh-huh. So he couldn't save himself. Anyway. And then it's a winning king and pawn game. I see. Okay, good game. I gotta go, guys. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the gift subs. Chespia rating with the party of 37. You're kidding me, Chespia. What's up? Oh my god, you rated me now. I'm just leaving. Guys, check her out. It's just Bia. Bia. Sia Bia. What's up? Oh man. Guys, check out Bia. Our Hungarian. Fellow Hungarian. Sia. She's back streaming here on lichess as well sometimes. We've played a few times over the board. Also, a lot of arena battles during COVID and whatnot. Check out Chespia on Twitch, guys. Thanks for the raid. Nice to see everybody. I'm losing my voice because we've been streaming for like 4 hours, 4.5. So Chespia caught me just at the last minute. We're just about to leave. This happened last stream to me with another raider. People always raid me like at the last minute. Shout out, follow Chespia over at twitch.tv/Chespia. Thanks for following us. Join us in following Chespia. What does that say? Yes. Epic analysis as always. Thanks, Bob. Didn't get to your game. You're not a subscriber. Nobody gift subbed you. I went overtime today, 4.5 hours, even without the non-subscriber game submission from Bob. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Perhaps next time Bob will be a subscriber. I'll see you on Friday, guys. And thanks to... Wait, where's your founder badge? His founder account is banned. We'll see you guys Friday. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks Chespia for the raid. If you guys did follow Chespia, you can check out my streams more often, hopefully. And if you guys didn't know Chespia, check her out. Thanks Nedok for being a moderator, and Mr. Coffee as always. Again, sorry guys, we're just on the way out the door. We will see you tomorrow. Check it out. Friday Blitz challenges tomorrow morning, if I'm still alive, at 12 noon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye, Bob. You're not here for the chess anyway. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.